Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome to our Saturday afternoon live stream. As today we're doing something special. Today we're casting some more forts. You heard that right? It's not the Forts Pro League at the moment. We're doing a community tournament. Quick little pre-built tournament where everyone comes with pre-built forts. So we'll get to see some high-octane action very quickly. You can use the bracket commands to get a list of the current players and their standings in this little competition. Give it a couple more minutes before we jump into the action as we're just getting set up here. But for now, I want to say hello to everyone. How you guys doing today? Alrighty. Looks like we're dealing with a little bit of cat herding, so give us a couple minutes. And then we'll jump into the action. Classic cat herding. Looks like it's time for commander bands. I do want to shout out some of the other content creators here. So we do have Bombstander currently streaming these same matches live on Twitch. If you guys are looking to catch these matches live and, well, the German tongue, you can do that. Let's see. Looks like we also have one OG Vlad, who should be, I believe, casting in French, for those looking for non-English. French and German representation. You'd love to see it. Looks like we got a couple minutes here, so we could do some chat banter interaction. Hello there, Ken Patchy, Lil Green, Will, Yago, Avian and Thomas and Eladriel and that Starcraft, Lekana, Alex and Dragon, Gunny, Dragon, Ashen, and Kyler Production. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello there, on God. Thanks for streaming Star Sector. You got it. But happy life, dude. Star Sector is so good. I'm looking forward to doing some more. We're so close to just getting into the proper demon hunting content that I've been desiring. Is this a tournament using pre-built maps? Yes, this is a tournament using pre-built maps. So things are going to get exciting real quick, and by real quick, I mean at the 15-second mark. It's gonna be a good time. Who has the best instantaneous APM? Something like that, yes. I'm uncertain. I mean, we're gonna find out. Do players get any indication what's on the pre-built maps before starting? Yes. By playing the maps. In Star Sector, you found a Terran planet with beautiful soil. I think you found actual Earth. Almost. There are a fair few Earth-like worlds that you could discover in the Star Sector. Of course, they're all procedurally generated, so all over the place. You know, someone just asked a real good question. Is Eagle Eye banned? The answer is no. Because there's a 15-second truce at the start of each match, and everyone starts with weapons. So, if you're playing Eagle Eye, all your weapons just kind of start with double fire. Which is... Okay. Better armor up. Yeah. Are there any rules about what you can make in the pre-built? No. It's just pre-built. Alright. Basically, who can door snipe hard at the tournament. We'll find out. I'm not entirely sure what this is going to look like. I'm going to assume that it's going to be decided by the 30-second mark, almost effectively. But let's do it. Is core swinging movement allowed in pre-built bases? I don't see why not. There is a rule against self-destructing. However, I find it exceptionally unlikely that core swinging will happen. You see enough you could see matches there'll be enough weapon trading that can go for a few minutes. Yes. New format, 1v1 duos. It is duos. And it looks like we are good to go. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're excited, because we're giving the countdown right now. Time's up. Let's do this. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're off. Hope you guys are excited, because I know I am. So here we have on the left-hand side, in the blue, it's Team Jorgen. Bringing their weapons to bear against the right-hand side in the red, it is Team de Goat. And the cannons are singing, because this is the pre-built tournament. That means we start with weapons, we start with bases, and we start with a lot of damage all over the place. It looks like the bases on this map have just enough beef to them that they can sustain the opening volleys from each fort, so there's not incredibly loaded down with weapons, but they are incredibly loaded down with armor, which will keep them alive and in this game. It is interesting to me that there are howitzer catchers in front of the bases, and yet there are no howitzers involved, which is just, you know, hilarious. There's also return descenders on the forwardmost bases, and a deep inset fire beam meant to burn cannons out of the sky. We do see mortars placed in a position designed to allow for portal mortar, that is to say horizontal mortar strats, but the horizontal mortar itself is not constructed. Oof, wiping out his own return descender, you hate to see it. But so far, not a lot of damage has occurred to either team here. The armor is simply too high for everyone involved. Now, there's a lot of damage output going both sides. So things can change very quickly, and they do have to be careful. We do see an additional standard cannon being developed for each team, and it looks like the portal mortar strats are being denied. The mortars are being sold off in exchange for additional income, additional money that they're using to build more cannons. Magna Beam, looking to reach around from the top, and there it is! A beautiful cannon shot. And Team de Goat loses one player. Now, co-op on death is enabled, so both players will be able to merge onto their single base, but that's kind of a big deal. Losing an entire player here means they lose the entire fort. With the fort gone, the amount of damage output we're going to see from Team de Goat is less. Ooh, and the Magna Beam. Magna Beam forces the merge of all those cannons into the same spot, and, well, there's not enough armor on the fort to defend against that kind of firepower. Team de Goat loses 2 more cannons. Fortunately, this base is designed with that kind of damage in mind, so it doesn't cause the entire collapse of the cannon array, but this looks an awful lot like there's a limited amount of time before Team de Goat gets wiped out. They're firing what is likely to be the last few shots. Ooh, a swing and a miss. Team Jorgen just misses their volleys. And there it is. Another cannon goes down. Team de Goat is down to a single cannon compared to Team Jorgen's 4. With Jorgen building a weapons platform for a 5th. Buzzsaws. There's the damage. Look at that, just digging through the fort. All weapons on point, all weapons going directly to the core, and it leaves leaves Team de Goat's core defended by a single... nothing. It's not defended, it's gone. Team Jorgen wins round 1 in this best of 3. Alrighty. Well, that was quick. Quick and exciting. Alrighty then, we'll move on to the next map. You know, that is one nice thing about the Prebuilt tournament. It's very quick, very exciting, very high octane. It's just a lot of damage. And I like a lot of damage. You love the instant energy? Yeah, I'm okay with this. Give us a few minutes while we prepare the next match. Alrighty then, looks like we're on Skylines. Ooh my. So Skylines is a map where we very often see the co-op on death strategies. That strategy has been barred for the purposes of this tournament. So we will get to see what this next one looks like here in a moment. Once the player's ready up. Alright. When players are ready, the match is made. Let's do this. There we're going. There we go. And we're off. Alrighty then, we are off to round 2 in this best of 3 between DeGoat and Jorgen. So here we have on the left-hand side, it's the blue team, Team DeGoat. And playing against their opponents on the right-hand side, in the red, it is Team Jorgen. Looks like we're having some minor technical difficulties as we're going to be restarting this round. Looks like we had a couple players time out at the start. Simply a restart. Alright, we're going to kick it off. Call that one a false start. We're kicking it off again. And we're off. Oh, maybe we're not. Looks like we're getting some pretty heavy hitching here. Nothing that can't be resolved. One of the good things about forts is that it has been it is a pretty solid game, as to say, pretty stable game. Despite having desyncs and such every so often whenever the internet dies, we can simply pause and join in from the current state of the game. Looks like everyone else is joining, so they should be good to go. All right. And we're off. So this map has a little bit more excitement to it. We've got a howitzer for both sides, which... Oh, but the howitzer doesn't have a door. Oh, that's interesting. Well, that's very interesting. They have munitions plants in the tech sharing position. It looks like the lower fort really doesn't have much in the way of pre-built. The top has a fully operational weapons platform, which is not being used by either team. But the lower fort really doesn't have much of anything. The howitzer flies. They're playing Eagle Eye, so they get the double shot and immediately obliterates the entirety of the top fort, causing a collapse, dropping the core and lower fort position and taking with it a majority of the weapons platform. Not that there was much present at the time. That, I imagine, might just be the game-winning moment. Team 2 just has to await their reload period and then turn their sights on the remaining Team 1 core. Get it all burned down. Looks like Team DeGoat has managed to get themselves a single cannon online, but a single cannon is very little damage compared to the masses they face. There goes the howitzer. And the second howitzer round into the same spot. Metal is strong. The armor defends against the howitzer, though it's a lots of damage and hefty repair bill. There's one cannon volley. Doing some door rearrangement to permit the additional weapons from the top location to participate. Swing and a miss. That's unfortunate. It was about the one shot that Team 1 was going to get from their cannon. And cannon follow-up with a 20 mil. Oof. 20 mil doesn't quite nail the core. That one does. And just like that, Team Jorgen wipes the GOAT out of this matchup, winning 2-0 in this best of 3. Very well done. Alright, well that got exciting. Looks like it's time to set up the next match. You know, that is one nice thing about the pre-built. It is just immediate chaos. Give us a few minutes while we get the next set of players in. There was a protein shake on sale at the grocery store, so I got one of these pre-made protein shakes. It's really not bad. It's vanilla, which is fine. It's really not bad. Protein. That's an odd flavor of tea. Yes. What brand? It is Bolt House Farms brand. Which is... I don't know how to feel about it. It's not bad. Definitely on the too expensive for me to desire with any regularity, especially because, you know, make my own. But I am pleased with this one, sufficiently. What's bro yapping about? If I ever figure it out, I'll let you know. Alright, we're getting set up with the next round. Cliff Bar. I tend to not do most of the like bars, like Cliff Bars and such. Like, don't get me wrong, the bars are good. I like them. My problem with them is I tend to make my own trail mix kind of stuff, and I just enjoy that better. It's just I find it easier to make a big batch of mix and then just have that instead. Like, the bars are just too inconvenient. And the deal with the plastic and the relatively small sizes, like, it's just not great. Like, they're fine. They're just relatively mediocre and somewhat inconvenient. When I can have just like a literal cup, like, you know, like a shaker filled with trail mix, and just that's that. Best homemade snack. Make smoothie, put in dehydrator for 12 to 24 hours. Enjoy smoothie chips. That's an interesting idea. I don't know how to feel about that idea. But that's an interesting one. Hmm. Okay. Curious. The other thing is, like, I do not personally own a dehydrator, but I have friends who do, and they often experiment with all kinds of, I'm going to say, unexpected combinations. I've not heard of that one before, but it is an idea that would be fascinating. Like, I'm imagining that turns it into this not so crunchy chip-like blob, I guess. A lot of stuff is about to change with the food dye ban. I like the idea of the food dye ban. The food dye, I don't have a strong opinion about the food dye. On the list of problems with American food dye, the food dye is relatively low, but I think it's a good start. I'm looking forward to seeing how it changes things up. Gonna do pubs today? Not likely. I'm looking to jump back into Star Sector later, because Star Sector is amazing, and also we're getting to a point in the game where we can really pump out the new content. We've effectively stabilized all the stuff, which means we're into the late game, and the late game and the new content is all late game stuff. Now that you're playing it, you can't watch lest you spoil yourself. Understandable, understandable. From fruit leather to dried out baby food levels, depending on the time of smoothie. Yeah. I figure as much. But for like 12 to 24 hours, I imagine most smoothies would be more like fruit leather grade. Like, one of my friends made what we describe as meat chips, where he basically did a jerky. It basically took very thinly sliced meats and turned it into jerky, but dehydrated it to the point where it's just crunchy. They were so good. They were so good. Was bracket say game is Fortnite? It shouldn't. YouTube decides what the current game is. Like, I can tell it what the current game is, but it will auto fix it. It will auto correct itself, and usually it's very bad at that. So I can tell it that it's Forts, but it doesn't care what I tell it most of the time. Challenge, it says the game is Fortnite. Oh, that's hilarious. Does it actually? Oh my god, it does. I'm going to mention that. Alrighty, looks like, yeah, it looks like they're aware of the problem. It's because Forts is too niche of a game. Also, Eagle Eye will be banned for the next matchup. Meat chips, it sounds good. It is good. It's tasty. It's mostly tasty. Subway Surfers filler during wait times. I'm tempted to do something like that. My concern is that half of the time I'm actually doing something between the lobbies during these filler moments, like doing part of the tournament management stuff. The other half of the time, it's somewhere the time between the time between rounds can be anywhere from 30 seconds to 5 minutes, and it's very difficult to tell what the time is going to be until it happens. It's like if I were to do something like load up Subway Surfers, I just immediately turn it off because it's a 30 seconds, because it's a 30-second wait time between the players readying up. So we'll see. So here we have round 2. Now this one's a little bit more, I'm going to say interesting, but only because it's different, and that it is a 1v1 map. So we are playing co-op mode, and the snipers immediately trade, which is not at all a surprise. The center has been broken, but it looks like this map starts with few enough weapons that it isn't immediately game-ending amounts of damage. Unless we get a door snipe out the gate, we're gonna see this match actually go for a quick amount of time. This one, I would say, is closer to skipping the early game as opposed to the skipping to the end game, as most pre-made maps tend to do. Looks like we're gonna see some miniguns. Nukes launching, question mark? No nuke launch. There's nuke launch. There we go. Alright, it's worth noting that left-hand team, Team Golovach, Lena, the Goose, are playing as the Architect Commander, so they get bonus build speed. A lot of bonus build speed. Whereas Team Usirius on the right are playing the Armadillo Commander, so they get bonus repair boosts. And that's a downed sniper. There's is another nuclear launch. We've yet to see a nuke launch from Team U-Serious. But the sniping from Team Golovach, the Goose, has been quite good. Oh! Devastating strike. Both cannon rounds hit the lower component of the tiny doors, and it wasn't enough to keep it alive. So now we have Team Golovach lost 2 of their cannons, which is going to put them pretty heftily on the back foot. Team Golovach on the left has expanded more than Team U-Serious. So while they've certainly taken more damage, I'm not certain that this is a critically devastating loss for them here. I mean, look at that. They just hit the core. Team U-Serious down to 84%. And it looks like the Goose has gone with a bunch of buzzsaws, which will likely be effective in dealing damage generally. Ooh, their nuke goes wild. Drunk and staggering left and right, it manages to snake its way through the anti-air and land an impact, dealing no damage. It hit somewhere completely inconsequential. Team U-Serious has recognized the buzzsaw threat and has splattered their fort with a mess of sandbags. At this point, Team Golovach is struggling to upkeep the amount of metal they're spending on repairs. Team U-Serious just has enough damage output to keep Golovach not quite in a death spiral, but it's close. Looks like Team U-Serious has recognized that buzzsaws seem to be quite effective on this map in particular, and are replacing their sandbags with additional buzzsaws. Another nuclear launch detected. This time, not nearly enough anti-air. The sniper successfully hits the nuke, causing it to go drunk, but there's just literally no anti-air, so it flies freely across. An AP sniper from Team U-Serious. That's going to cause some annoyances. And minigun anti-air? Yes. The nukes have been stopped. This match has slowed down substantially. Team U-Serious is certainly in the lead by virtue of still possessing their 2 cannons. Team Golovach is trying to pull it back. They're firing their nuke, but the nuke is not getting close to making it across. A lot of buzzsaws, and that might be it if they nail the core. They don't quite make the core, but Team Golovach simply doesn't have enough armor, enough defenses to maintain that kind of that kind of hit again. It's they're struggling. I mentioned that they're not quite in the death spiral, but they're also not free of the death spiral. They're slowly being whittled down here. The manual anti-air misses, and so the nuke flies across, but there's just enough extra anti-air available to bring it down. Sandbags defending against the buzzsaws, but the cannons are punching through. Golovach down to 47% on their core. The AP sniper being an endless nuisance for everyone involved. I love seeing the miniguns here. You don't see them often in matches, but this is a wonderful use of them. The nuke makes it, deals a little bit of damage, takes out the minigunner, and splashes around. Now, fortunately for Team U Sirius, they are the armadillo commanders, so they can repair quickly and cheaply. So they won't have much of a repair bill despite taking a pretty nasty hit. Looks like this next nuke is aimed directly for the core. It strikes the cannon platform. Now that is a lot of damage, even through the armadillo active that's struggling to repair it at all. That is a nasty repair bill. But Team U Sirius has gone up to 3 cannons now, and with the 3rd cannon coming online, Team Golovac is going to struggle. That's just, they don't quite have enough armor to maintain hits from 3 cannons for any period of time. No way. Nuke snaking clean through and a wall of machine gun fire slams directly into the front of U Sirius' bases and wipes out all of the machine gunners. But here comes the damage. Team U Sirius going straight to the core. They don't quite make it, but bring the core down to 34%. The splash damage bringing it just a little bit closer to destruction. This is what I was talking about. Team U Sirius with the triple cannon threat is able to deal unmitigatable damage to Team Golovac, and Golovac needs to stop that. They need to shut it down, and they don't have the firepower to do so. The closest thing they have is the nuke, and the nuke has been near consistently knocked out. Such as it has once again. It looks like Team U Sirius is deciding to aim at Golovac's reconstructed cannon rather than go to the core. We'll see how well that strategy works out for them. And they're still aiming for the cannon. We're able to get some work done. Buzzsaw Anti-Air takes the nuke out of this guy. Look at that. Team Golovac is so broke they can't even repair their cannons. Or their doors. Or much of anything else for that matter. The remnants of the once obstruction has now been destroyed. Sandbags coming in clutch for Team Golovac, just reducing the repair bill by any amount. They're desperate for income. Nuke goes drunk, slams into the armor plating of Team U Sirius. And there it is. 1 door snipe later and Team Golovac goes down. U Sirius wins round 1 in this best of 3. Well played. Alrighty then. Give us a moment while we set up for the next round. Pre-built forts? Yes, pre-built forts. Unlucky for Team 1? Yes. Alrighty then. Looks like next map will be Skylines once again. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about set up for the next round. You will be on Skylines once again, but a different varietal. There will be more. More weapons, more things, more damage. More excitement coming soon. Alright, it looks like the match has made the players are ready. Let's jump into the action, shall we? Time's up. Let's do this. And we're off. So we are once again on Skylines, but this time the map is slightly different. It is a different varietal of Prebuilt, and it comes with madness, it would seem. We have portal missiles, we have missiles coming out from every side. There are some incredibly complicated setups here. Even if I had seen this map before, I would be hard-pressed to keep up with everything going on here. It looks like both teams are kitted with missile spam, including rockets, and a plethora of manual anti-air. There's a lot of manual options here. We've got snipers, we've got buzzsaws, we've got manual anti-air in the form of shotguns, we've got rocket launchers, we've got EMP launchers, and we have 5 swarm missiles and a nuke launcher, all coming from weird oblique angles that no one expects. We even have portal swarms that are using both sides of the portal, which is just madness. And so the swarms launch. Nuke lands. Team U-Series on the left-hand side are getting slammed by rocketry. Team Golovach, the Goose, have they're coming out with a vengeance, launching missile after missile. So this is what madness looks like, if you've ever wondered, and I'm all here for it. There we go. More rockets, more damage. And the anti-air keeps them largely intact. Largely. It looks like we have a full sell-off of Team U-Serious's portal missiles, swapping all of their missile launching positions for additional mines. Ooh. The nuke snakes in, around, and below, hitting the eco, doing less damage than I expected, all things considered. Here comes another volley. Massive damage. Team U-Serious brings one of their cores down to 0. Team U-Serious loses a core. Now, this map, known for its co-op on death strategies, shouldn't be terribly disadvantaged by losing one of their cores here. The bigger issue would be a loss of everything else. which it looks like a majority of it has been recovered, though it would seem Team Golovach is just retargeting the final remaining core for Team U-Serious, and it's a lot of damage. Team U-Serious, their armor is breached, and their core is brought down to 92%, which does not sound like a lot of loss. The issue is that the armor was breached, so this next volley will do even more damage. And the next volley is launching right now. Team U-Serious scrambling, trying to keep everything intact. Golovach knocking their own nuke out of the sky with a sniper of all things. There's the reply. Team U-Serious lands a nuke into the Golovach team, and that will knock their core down to 67%. But it looks like it's time for another volley. Team Golovach firing once again. Not a full launch this time, just a scattering of swarm missiles. More chip damage onto the core. That's a lot of flak. Team U-Serious has developed a dense layer of anti-air just to help mitigate against some of the just raw damage output that the Golovach are bringing to bear. A pretty heavy hit. U-Serious loses much of the armor components around their missile launchers. That's a lot of damage. A hefty repair build, but nothing U-Serious can't sustain at this moment. Looks like Team Golovach also developing additional anti-air, but will it be enough? It would seem not. Multiple nukes impact, and with it goes most of Golovach's anti-air and armor in the lower component. Those nukes are exposed, but there's nothing to punish this. Nothing except another nuke launch. Looks like the nukes are going to go straight to the core. Golovach doesn't quite have the anti-air they need to full defend this. But it's just enough to stop the nukes from getting through. The swarms make it and deal some damage, but it's nothing they can't sustain. This is turning into a knockdown, drag-out fight where everyone's being chipped away. Where once these bases were messy and filled with madness, now they're only filled with destruction and holes where their base once stood. And there it is, a self-destruct, nuke goes wild, one core falls. Team Golovach unfortunately suffers a misfire. That may change the direction of the game. Again, the cores in this match are not incredibly valuable themselves. Beyond needing the cores to exist to remain in the game. Drunk rockets. One thing I never needed to see. Another nuke lands. Team Golovach is getting smashed. U-Serious just has so much anti-air, they're unable to get anything, any rockets across. Both teams are re-expanding toward their once former glory. Team Golovac is struggling to expand quickly. They're investing in their economy, trying to get some additional mines upgraded and such. Some heavy damage on both sides. Usirius suffers a massive hit, losing multiple units of anti-air, an incredible chunk of armor from in front of their core, and still takes core damage, down to 83%. Here comes another launch. Nuke goes clean across the sky. Team Golovac has effectively no anti-air remaining. They've simply taken too much damage. That said, Team Usirius has an incredible quantity of anti-air. Golovac launches their rockets just in time to bait out all of Usirius' anti-air, and Usirius' anti-air clears the sky of all things rockets, friend and foe. Look at that, the sniper finds the rockets, the swarm launchers, and starts taking them out. Nukes launch. Massive hit, and turbines hunted by swarm missiles. Classic experience. God, those rockets. And nuclear lands. Usirius tech switching over to lasers. This I expect to be devastating. Golovac is not prepared to take hits from lasers. Look at that. The anti-air from Usirius is cleansing the sky of every varietal of missile, including their own. At this point, Golovac is relying on Usirius' anti-air to destroy Usirius' weapons. And it's working. That's a lot of damage. And there we have it. Nuke land. Golovac down to 3%. Their core is technically not exposed, but it is incredibly low, down to 3% and dropping. Door sniping the sniper with a plasma beam is one way to remove the opponent's sniper and seems terribly cost inefficient. But it does work. It is certainly one way of shutting down the core, or shutting down the missiles. The thing is, this nuke is going to hit the core because of splash radius, and there you have it. Team Usirius wins this round. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like you gotta imagine our hands. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Team Usirius wins this best 2 out of 3. And they'll be moving on to the next round. Hello there, I require a hug, coming in and joining the incursion. Congratulations, friend, you've gained access to all the beautiful emotes here in the channel, as well as the special access role on Discord. Welcome back. Or should I say, welcome to the party. Could they have done anything to prevent the fail nuke into their own core? Yes and no. That nuclear experience is, I'm going to describe as a known bug within the forts. That can just happen. What they can do to prevent it is they can defend against it by building a strut, just like a single wooden strut below the core, because nukes detonate on the first strut, so all you have to do is have anything at all below them, and the nuke won't hit the core. It'll hit the strut instead, and while it'll still detonate on your own base, it won't deal any damage because, you know, wooden struts are effectively free. The only other thing you can do is don't build missiles in that location. Build mines instead. But that is just a thing that can happen. It's unfortunate time it hit their nuke by their own. Did they actually hit the nuke with their own EMP? That'll do it too. If the EMP their own nuke, then that's just gonna happen. And the answer is don't hit the nuke with the EMP. But that'll be an effective solution to the problem. Alrighty then. Hello from Botswana. Hello from Florida. Hey there, Mom. Welcome. Looks like Eagle Eye is once again banned, which is not a surprise. Alrighty. Let's do this. Once the players are rated up, and we're off. It will be Team Forts versus Team Winkler Warriors. We're once again on a 1v1 map, so this will be a co-op match. Team Forts on the left-hand side, Gonets and the Snake, versus Team Winkler Warriors. Start with a Magna Beam. This game almost ended just immediately. If they had been a little bit more on the spot with that Magna Beam, this might have just been over by the 17-second mark. Holy smokes, how did that survive? That's a lot of hits in the sandbags. Well, it looks like they're going to get another opportunity. However, the Magna Beam requires a door in order to fire, and they may not get that opportunity. As it looks like the 20 mils for Team Winkler Warriors is coming online again. And here comes another volley of 20s. Again, it survives. On Magna Beam 20s splash across the front of the fort. But with full sandbag coverage, it looks like no significant damage will be dealt. That's just a lot of damage output. I'm genuinely surprised to see that Winkler Warriors has not gone straight to the core for forts for their opponents. Now, what will this be? Is that from mortars? This is from mortars, isn't it? It looks like everyone is simply expanding. Yes. I'm liking the addition of the mortars here. They should catch their opponents off guard and potentially deal game-ending damage in a very rapid succession here. But yeah, both teams are investing in eco right now, where Winkler Warriors is also investing in mortars. Magna Beam fires once again. Slurps up some of the 20 mils, but not quite enough to break things. They revealed no anti-air on the board, and so those mortars land. And with the mortars landing, panic has set in. And that demands an immediate reaction, or they're going to see a potential game over. A beautiful mortar strike continually hitting that location will result in destruction of critical components. And that, I believe, is about as perfectly aimed for the mortars as are necessary to conclude this match. There goes the plasma and the economic expansion. Team Winkler is notably ahead now. Mortars need to retarget. Yes, there goes the mines. The mortars have done so much damage that there's no more components to hit in that location in particular. They've retargeted. Looks like they're going directly to the core. Mortars managing to do more damage than the 20 mils this game. Ooh, mortars retargeting now to the Magna Beam. All of the energy expenditures going into firing these mortars. Team Winkler doesn't have the extra energy income to be firing more than the mortars right now. Look at that. They even sold off the Magna Beam knowing they would be unable to defend it. Team Winkler is just digging through. And they're digging deep. Snipers going down to 20 mils. You hate to see it. 20 mils going down the mortars. You love to see it. The minigunner takes out a couple sandbags, which is incredibly worthwhile. Ooh, the mortars are starting to overpenetrate the base. Magna beam mortars. Oh dear. Mortars are retargeting, hitting more vulnerable components. Not that there's many more vulnerable components available. Team Forts on the left-hand side has simply gotten attritioned down. They've lost half of their mines. Well, half is. They've lost a third of their mines. They've lost just about all of their weapons. And while they do have anti-air, it is not quite enough to defend against the current incoming firepower. Team Winkler, however, is struggling to expand off the back of this. They're in a desperate need for more energy and more storages generally, and then they're going to have a need for more weapon platforms. Team Forts are desperately throwing in machine gunners everywhere they can. And there's the door snipe. Team Forts loses their last 20 mil, and with it they're down to no active weaponry. They are, however, constructing a plasma beam, which will help if it is allowed to complete before, they're knocked out of this game. Mortars going directly toward the core. Team Winkler Warriors looking to end this game, and Team Forts just rebuilding as quickly as possible. So many sandbags going down. The sandbags, cheap as they are, do cost energy and APM. Two things that are not unlimited. They also take time to construct. And time is not on their side. The plasma beam is online, but it's not enough. Winkler Warriors wins round 1 in this best of 3. And we're off. Yeah, so I was kind of expecting, like, first of all, the focused 20 mils to end the game, just like within the first 20 seconds of the match, but turns out mortars were the real answer. That was very effective. Alright. Looks like we're going back to Skylines with the missile spam for this next round. Alright, it looks like we're about ready for the next round. Time's up. Let's do this. And we're off. Looks like we've got a lot of reconstructing happening. Team Winkler Warriors is immediately selling off most of their swarm missile launchers. Whereas Team Forts, not a lot of action, but it means there's going to be a lot of damage. Missiles launched. All right. Swarms splashing. It does look like both sides are selling off the double-sided portal shenanigan, right? The first nuke lands, Team Forts on the right-hand side gets hit. It's worth noting that both teams are using the Seep Commander, so both teams will have empowered missiles of every variety. Zoom, zoom. Heavy damage. And their first core falls. Winkler Warriors loses their top fort off the back of multiple nuclear strikes and a shotgun to finish it off. During all of that, Team Forts took a heavy nuke to their core as well, knocking it down to 68%, but not quite out of the game just yet. It's worth noting that the cores on this map are not positioned in a way that lends them to be vital to the survival of the fort. So while the core is gone, the firepower and eco from that fort is still present. This will enable Team Winkler Warriors to maintain a very strong position in this game. Oof. Nuke goes wild, almost knocking out Team Fort's upper core. Same fate as the previous match. Looks like we have upgraded mines going in for the right-hand side. Another hit, but only some mild chip damage. The upper fort for the right-hand team goes down to 93%. It looks like Winkler Warriors are investing in some energy weaponry. We see fire beams placed on the board. More chip damage across the board, but nothing crazy. A lost flak, a lost turbine, 4% more off of a core. The fire beam makes its debut, burning anti-air out of the sky and allowing the nuke to make it across the board, dealing heavy damage. Team Forts takes a massive hit. Gonets is down to 20%. That's their upper fort. And it's gone. And a repeat of last time, the upper fort is taken out. And there we have it. Winkler Warriors seem to have a notable lead. Again, while the core is not critical to the infrastructure or really any component of the base, loss of the core does indicate that there's a bit of a advantage to one team, as defenses have been breached. A sign that things are not all well. A heavy hit. Team Forts is being whittled down. They've lost a majority of their offensive firepower. Much of their anti-air is likewise gone. They've still have damaged components scattered throughout. Their base is being turned into Swiss cheese. Disseparate and sparse wooden structure that simply has nothing inside it. And its eco is getting bashed. Look at that. Mines broken and disconnected. That's a lot of anti-air coming out from both sides. It's enough to shut down an overwhelming majority of the firepower. But again, the fire beam defends the nuke, and it makes it across, dealing even more damage. Those two miniguns doing wonderful work, just shredding what's left of the fort's base. Another solid hit, more anti-air broken. And weapons exposed. Look at that. Team Fort selling off the last of their weaponry. With the sell-off of these launchers, Team Forts will have nothing left to retaliate. That will leave Team Winkler Warriors free to deal all the damage they want, and they want to deal all the damage. Oh, that's it. The core is touched by the fire beam, and it burns down. Team Winkler Warriors wins this round, and with the round, also the matchup. Well done. That's a lot of missiles. Everyone knew what this map was about, and it's, well, only one way to go. Explosively. Alright, give us a few minutes while we set up for the next matchup. The Team XD Sigma versus Tay Ter Tar. Quick shout out to Zacharin coming in and joining the incursion. Nukes always wins, except when it's rockets, lasers, or cannons. Why not both? Why not all of the above? Welcome in. Map is cursed just a little bit. Let's see what we've got next. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed our short break because we're about to jump into the next round. This one will be another co-op map. Hang time, so it'll be a 1v1 with 2 players per team. Are you all ready? Let's do this. It will be Team XD Sigma on the left-hand side versus Team Tar on the right-hand side. And it's already chaos. Firebird versus Shakana. We have nuclear launch detected and fire beams for both sides. One team's nukes make it through, the others do not. Tar with just a little bit better fire beam usage knocks XD Sigma's nukes out of the sky, and XD Sigma takes a hit. Those nukes knock out all of the anti-air for Team XD Sigma, meaning this next launch should be devastating. Ooh. Massive damage. Team Tar on the right hand side takes a hit, losing all of their anti-air, whereas on the left hand side both nukes land. When both nukes landing, that's a lot of damage. That is... Oh. Now that is elite advantage. The right hand side, because they're playing Shakana, gets to upgrade their fire beams to full-on plasmas for the duration of their commander ability, enabling them to deal actual penetration damage, whereas Team Sigma has to rely on the nukes at this point to penetrate through the armored. The nukes fly almost freely across, and they take out a fire beam. Is this it? It is it. Double nuke and the double plasma, and just like that, Team Tar wins round 1 in this best of 3. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly how I expect most of these pre-built matches to go. Just a lot of damage coming out very quickly. Very well played. That was a close one. That one came down to a bit of RNG on the nukes. That was just nuke-based madness. You love to see it, you hate to see it. Alright, give us a moment while we set up for the next round. Alrighty then. Looks like we're on to another 1v1 map, so this will be a co-op map, and this one is utter madness. I can't wait for you guys to see this one, because it's gonna be shocking. The question will only be, what commanders will be selected? Battleships win. Oh, dragon. Just you wait and see. Alright, let's do this. Looks like the players are ready. As we have a nuclear launch coming in from Kasabar. Long time watcher, I'm glad you enjoyed that, Kasa. We some love in chat for Kasa coming with that nuclear strike and taking the top spot for most support drop this stream so far.
Long time watcher, first money spender. Love to see it.
And I love to see that we're off to this utter madness as we have 15 seconds to destruction. There's just so many cannons. There's so many cannons. As we have left-hand side in the blue, it's Team Tay Teratar playing as the Eagle Eye Commander versus Team XD Sigma with the Moonshine Commander. No one is firing yet. This, I believe, has something to do with neither team having the energy capacity to actually fire their weapons. However, Team Tay Teratar is a little bit ahead in that endeavor, making them... They just spammed down batteries, meaning these cannons are soon to be unleashed. And also their Eagle Eye, so... Here it comes. It looks like a spread fire scattering. Not trying to focus those cannon shells anywhere in particular, so much as to whom it may concern. XD Sigma focusing a little harder on sending their cannon shells specifically into one particular component. But that is just a frankly absurd quantity of armor everywhere. So many EMPs across the board. Oh, but there we have the mortars launched. And there's no anti-air on the board for either team. This leaves the mortars free to land a couple heavy strikes, and land they do. Team XD Sigma is trying to get some anti-air on the board. Will it be enough? One Magna Beam, can you imagine? A singular Magna Beam here. Unfortunately, they don't start with Magna Beams, and frankly, at the time it would take to construct a Magna Beam, the round would likely be over. Waiting for one door snipe, one single hit. XD Sigma's insistence on hitting the same component is working out for them. Team Tar is struggling to maintain stability, integrity in their fort, and there's the exposure. Weapons exposed. Another cannon shell will see the destruction of that cannon, and with it, very likely destruction of the total fort. Oh, Lord have mercy, for Team XD Sigma is not. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh wow, they didn't die. I fully expected them to die there in entirety. Team Tay Teratar has collapsed, and I think they're letting it happen. Everything is coming crumbling down. And that, ladies and gentlemen, looks to be the end of Team Tay Teratar in this round, as XD Sigma comes in for the victory lap. Honestly, this might take a moment. Never mind, they nailed that shot. That was a very difficult shot to make, and they slapped it. Well done, Team XD Sigma, in this maddening-inducing broadside of a match. Very well done. Evening the score, 1-1. Absolute mayhem. Alright, so the scores are all evened up in this best of 3. So now we're moving on to the next map. Alright, it looks like things are just about ready to go here, so I hope you guys are excited for this next one. The players are readying up. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump into this next round. And we're off. Vanilla Large Prebuilt. Here we have on the left hand side is Team XD Sigma playing as the Firebird Commander, playing against their opponents. On the right hand side in the red it's Team Tay Territar playing as the Armored Commander. Two very different commanders here with very different vibes. One very defensive, one very offensive. It looks like we have some low ground nuclear launch, enabling some sneaky, cheeky nukes. A lot of manual anti-air options at the start for both teams. Is that a tier 3 howitzer? That's a tier 3 howitzer. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was a tier 3 howitzer. That is indeed a tier 3 howitzer. First nuke lands. Team Tar takes a hit. There's just a lot of anti-air for everyone involved. Ooh. Tier 3 howitzer lands its shot. As here comes the nuke. And we're off. The anti-air. Whoa. We're cleared. The mortar is aiming directly for the core. There's just so much anti-air on the board for both teams. Mortars are a tough call here, but they are working. Nuke flies and lands. Somehow, the mortars are making it across despite all the anti-air. Tier 3 howitzer lands in an awkward position, just in no man's land between. Kaboom. The Tier 3 howitzer doing work for Team XD Sigma, not so much for Team Terror. All the direct fire howitzers so far have been completely shut down. If not by shotgun, then by just extra auto-firing machine gunners. Shotgun on mortar violence. It's worth noting that Team Tar has completely sold off their nukes and swarm launchers in exchange for additional mines. So those are simply not a threat that Team XD Sigma must concern. A nasty hit. Incendiary nuke makes it across the board, taking out a shotgun, 2 shotguns, and the dreams of Tar keeping their skies clear. The nukes dealing fairly devastating damage. XD Sigma keeping their nuke launchers and not selling them off means they have just that much firepower over their opponents, and it's paying off for them. Paying off nicely. They have an internal combustion. XD Sigma attempts to fire their tier 3 with mortars in the air, causing an internal explosion. Not much damage, but still worth noting. More tier 3s fired from all fields. You know, those tier 3s seem horribly inconsistent for howitzers, and I'm not sure what's going on there. Missile launch, missile shut down. There is much back and forth, but not much damage happening. At this point, most of the weapons each team relies upon can be shot down by anti-air, and the anti-air for both sides is intense. It looks like Team Tar is a little slightly ahead in the map control, and they're whittling down Team XD Sigma's anti-air, but it's still not enough to get their weapons across the board. Look at that. Team Tar loses just too much of their anti-air and gets slapped in the core for it. Howitzer's getting shut down just immediately. Standard cannon comes online and defends itself from the howitzer just in time. Internal combustion, hitting their own base with the tier 3 howitzer. Standard cannon getting consistent damage done where the howitzers have failed. God, the shotguns taking out so much anti-air. XD Sigma hasn't fired. I was gonna say, XD Sigma's hasn't fired their direct fire howitzer in a moment. They're relying on their tier 3 howitzer, it would seem. Oof. Fire Beam, Plasma Beam combo. Taichu's armor is penetrated and loses a weapon for it. Incoming tier 3 howitzer. Taichu takes another hit from the sky. Ooh, a beautiful cannon shot. Goes through the portal entrance, and there it is. Team Tar takes out both nuke launchers. Team XT Sigma damaged heavily. That standard cannon doing a lot of work. As is that plasma beam. Taichu penetrates XD Sigma's armor, wiping out every single mine for Ryabjik. Ryabjik reconstructing their mines now, but that's a lot of damage. Will set him back very far. If Team Tar is able to focus down Ryabjik right now, there's not going to be much he can do. And it looks like that is indeed the plan of action. Grabjik still possesses one fire beam. Fire beams don't cost metal, they only cost energy. So they can still utilize it, it's just not going to be much. A single fire beam does not defend a base. Taichu getting blasted loses just shy of every single turbine, and with it, any hope of meaningful damage output goes away. Looks like Tar from the top base is going to have to be Team 2's damage output for the time being, as Ryabjik is still struggling to exist. Taichu hastily reconstructing his turbine platforms. Gets tier 3'd again. There's another volley slamming into Ryabjik. A heavy hit. And there's the finish. Ryabjik goes down to cannon fire. A surprising amount of Ryabjik's base has survived the explosion, meaning that Ryabjik will still maintain much of his eco, not that he had any, as he merges up with his teammates. So now it's Team XD Sigma, successfully retaining both base positions for the purposes of construction. One shotgun, two howitzers. You love to see it. Oof. Penetration. Tara loses just shy of all, is it? Yeah, he loses half of his turbines, which is a lot of turbines to lose. It's worth noting that Tara has sold off his tier 3 howitzer. There will be no Skyfire coming in for Team XD Sigma. Should I say against XD Sigma? That's a lot of snipers. It looks like Ryabjik wants vengeance, is looking to door snipe the plasma beams, and in doing so, potentially snipe out Taichu's core. Is this a best of 3? It is indeed a best of 3. And the match scores are even. The winner of this match will win, or the winner of this round will win this match. Wow, this gone 15 minutes? There's 60 seconds left in this match. There is a 15-minute time limit on these rounds, which means that if this goes to the time limit, which it seems to be, then the victor will be decided by remaining core HP. In this case, Team XT Sigma is down an entire core. Being down an entire core when the timer finishes in the next 30 seconds. Then Team Tar will be victorious. And what was quite a wild matchup turned stalemate. It looks like Team Tar will win this on TKO. And there it is. Team Tar wins this matchup 2-1. Very well played for everyone. Alrighty then. Let's see who we got next. Looks like we'll be dropping down into the lower bracket for the next round. The goat versus the goose. Give us a moment while we get set up for the next round. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to go to the next round. The Team DeGoat versus... wait, is it? Yes, Team DeGoat versus XD Sigma. The players are ready, the match is made. The map will be Caverns. I hope you guys are excited because I'm looking forward to this one. Time's up. Let's do this. Alrighty. And we're off. Looks like we may have a disconnect, a desync with one of the players. We may have to pause here. Yep. Alrighty, quick restart. False start. Let's do this. And we're off. There's the pause to let the players rejoin. It looks like everyone is here. And we're starting now. So here we have another cannon-focused map. On the left-hand side is Team DeGoat, playing as the Shotgun Commander. First... alrighty then, I guess I'm gone now. One moment. Looks like I'm not the only one. We had a couple players knocked out as well. Okay then. So we'll take a moment here before we actually get this one started, it would seem. Still missing a player. Alright, it looks like we're good to go again. The to give it one more try. Team DeGoat on the left-hand side, playing as the Shotgun Commander versus Team Golovach on the right-hand side as Warthog. And it looks like everything is stable, so we're off to the races. 10 seconds till the weapons come online. We have a pretty widely varied set of tools available to the players. Let's see how this works out. Cannons shall sing. Door snipe. Team DeGoat loses a cannon. The nukes will launch. Lasers fly. No substantial damage dealt for the top bases. Bottom base for Team DeGoat loses one cannon. All in all, not too bad for an opening volley. Commander ability active, meaning lots of damage. Lots and lots of damage. Warthog and powered heavy weapons, and there's a lot of heavy weapons involved. There we see the first major breach. Team DeGoat loses a majority of their weapons firepower. At least out of the top base. Bottom base is still mostly intact. It's worth noting that Team Goose, despite having dealt more damage, does not have double nukes, whereas Team DeGoat, left-hand side, having lost most of their weapons, does still retain double nukes. Uh-oh. We have Alexander slapped directly to the core. Not a great experience. But it's only chip damage, taking his HP down to 94%. A beautiful plasma beam. Taking out both nukes. And that is a lot of follow-up firepower. We see Goose up in the top, developing additional swarm launchers. And more damage. DeGoat's cannon platform is getting blasted. Deformed to some extremes. The nukes fly, but the Goose are ready for this. Massive damage. The cannon platforms come collapsing down and brings with it the entire fort. DJ Paul left with nothing but a core and a chunk of armor. That's not the world you want to be living in. That's so many lasers for Team Golovach. They are doing a lot of damage. Here comes the nukes. Last time they launched there was enough ants here. Will there be enough now? The answer is... maybe? The answer is... oh my god. Well, it makes it across the board for whatever that's worth. It's a lot of damage, and they're going straight to the core. And there it is. Backpackathon goes down in a large fireball, leaving only DeGoat standing, and frankly, DeGoat does not have much standing. I suspect Team DeGoat is looking to concede here, as I think is what's going on. Indeed, they are doing a variety of concede. Putting it a liberal, or rather a liberal interpretation of the word concede, but nonetheless permitting their opponents to wipe them out slowly. And Nuke doesn't finish it, but the cannon does. And just like that, Team Golovich wins, moving forward in this tournament. Well done. Alrighty then, next up will be Team Forts versus XD Sigma. Fast match, very fast match. I'm okay with this. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, next match is made and we're ready to go. I hope you're excited. We Team XD Sigma versus Team Forts. In the lower bracket, it will be a best of one, so the winner of this match will proceed and the loser will be knocked out of the tournament. I hope your favorite team makes it, because we're about to get started here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. The countdown has started. Let's do this. And we're off. Neat. We have a lot of firepower and a lot of armor. But not much else, but is otherwise a very simple map. On the left-hand side is Team Forts. Garnets and the Snake are playing as the Overdrive Commander versus their opponents. On the right-hand side, it's Team XD Sigma, Rabjik and EDS. Howitzer fires. There is a pair of shotguns for each team, so that Howitzer can be defeated. It would seem that both teams are struggling for energy more than anything else. Potential door snipe opportunities for everyone involved. Howitzer knocked out of the sky. And there's the door snipe. The weapons platform is designed just barely manage to prevent a collapse off of a door snipe, but not if it isn't repaired in time. And like that, XD Sigma wins off the back of a door snipe, and they move forward in this tournament. Wonderful shots all around. It is a relatively fast round. That said, there's not much to say about the speed in these pre-built matches. They go quickly, putting it nicely. I was wrong, it wasn't even a door snipe. It's just direct fire. Alrighty then. Next up will be Team Jorgen versus Team Usirius. Alright. We're almost ready to start the next round. So soon. I'm okay with this. I'm looking forward to the stream later today. You guys can't tell, my voice is a little bit scratchy, so I'm trying to keep things a bit more calm than usual. But for that end, we're going to be doing some Star Sector. Nice, casual demon hunting. Live Star Sector is good game. Is very good game. Almost as good as these Forts games. You know, the pre-built matches are interesting. They make for fun matches. The cat herding is unironically longer than the matches themselves. Like not even exaggeration. I don't. Mickey Grandma's coughs are whiskey, lemon juice, and honey. He didn't drink it. I'm gonna skip the whiskey. I do that with tea fairly regularly. And don't get me wrong, I do like spiked tea, and whiskey is my go-to choice for that, but also doesn't work well with the whole talking thing. You know, the build-up phase of normal games, but the instant chaos of these is a nice change of pace. It is, it is. I'm okay with this. You love some honey with honey. Understandable, understandable. I was actually gifted a bottle of honey and I've been using it every so often because it's nice. Actually high quality honey. Sweet licorice tea. Okay. I've had licorice in the... My family has had licorice in their house for a very long time. I don't know how people can eat that. Or that stuff just sounds... It tastes so bad. It's like the only way I can imagine people enjoying that is if they've been forced to eat it to the point where it kills their taste buds such that they can taste nothing else. And therefore it becomes the only flavor available. Ugh. Ate a lot of salmiak licorice for nunk. You see that? That tracks. That does not surprise me. Destroyed your growth. Understandable. Speaking of Star Sector, you're giving the next Trail and War setup a try. It's been a bit of fun background noise. Next is a lot more stressfully to make you look. That sounds correct. That sounds like every game I've ever played. I make it look less stressful than it is. You swear they're speedrunning the tournament. Well, kinda sorta. It's a pre-built tournament, so things are always going to be fast because, you know, half the game is not played. But also, they are trying to speed run, like they're not trying to speed run the tournament wholly, but they are trying to speed run much of the cat herding, because if you don't, then things get really unpleasant very quickly, especially for the people that are trying to watch. So like, I wasn't kidding when I said that there's literally more cat herding than gameplay. It's just unpleasant for everyone involved. Even the players who don't get to play for more than 90 seconds after, you know, sitting around waiting for 2 hours. That's also not an exaggeration. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours now. And some players I got to play for a total of 90 seconds. Oh! Internal explosion. You serious? Take some damage. But as we can see, we're off. We have pinch fists on the left-hand side for Team Jorgen. That's a very interesting decision. I didn't expect that one. But on the right-hand side, in the red, it's Team Usirius playing as the Architect Commander. Ooh. Tier 3 howitzer landing directly on Zeb's core, knocking it down to 59%. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage is what it is. Howitzer is fine. We're not seeing much damage output from Team Usirius. It's just a lot of Usirius getting punched in the face by Team Jorgen. And, I'm not sure what the plan is exactly. I am seeing what the plan is. The plan is they've replaced all of their shotguns with cannons. They've got 3 cannons placed. They're just completely restructuring their everything. They've added upgraded mines. They've sold off the Tier 3 howitzer. They're replacing basically all their defenses with cannons. And so far it hasn't cost them the round. We'll see if that continues, because they are a bit behind, somewhat on the back foot, getting pushed around. Only now time will tell if it makes up for it. A pair of beautifully aligned cannon shells goes directly into Jorgen's lower core, dealing some good damage, but not enough to be lethal, and that's going to prompt Team Jorgen to armor up their cores against cannons rather than relying on anti-air. Looks like their Team Usirius is aiming for the same spot, trying to repeat it, but this time there's armor in the way. They don't even come close to breaching. Team Jorgen started to mix in some plasma beam upgrades. The howitzers land and deal some damage. devastating shotgun hits for a shotgun. Oh! Oh, that's a scary hit. Howitzer lands directly on top of the core, bringing it down to 93%. It's a pretty heavy howitzer hit. And is that it? Massive damage. Team Usirius loses every single one of their cannons and a chunk of their eco along the way. That's deeply unsatisfying, or deeply unpleasant for Team Usirius. They have the Architect Commander, so they will be able to rebuild quickly, but quickly may not be quick enough. Internal explosion. Julian loses their portal for the swarms, taking a little bit of internal damage in the process, but nothing critical, just a time delay. Lewis is upgrading his mines and looking to try to come back in this, getting some return descenders, it would seem. Or at least trying to get some return descenders. Looks like we have Team Jorgen has successfully created cannons of their own. At this point, Team Usirius is down to a single plasma beam and nothing else. Whereas Team Jorgen, they've got a lot of damage, and they're going to be bringing it to bear at now. The Tier 3 Howie is still doing Tier 3 Howie things. That's a lot more damage. Oh! The core's touched, but not ignited. Oh, the Tier 3 howitzer finishes it off from above. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that makes me happy. Team Jorgen, a beautiful combo. And now all the cannon fires can be heading into the final remaining core for Usirius, and it's a lot of firepower. Multiple howitzers. Oh! Once again, the core gets touched by the plasma, but doesn't break it. Now, the Tier 3 will be coming down on top of it again. Or not. The Tier 3 missed. It went too... Nope, nope, it didn't miss. It's just still too shallow. Okay. It was just very high. Usirius has successfully reconstructed a single cannon. A single cannon can do a lot of work, especially with the door snipe. I think it won't do enough work. I think Usirius is down and out. And that was almost the lethal hit. The plasma beam finished it. And there you have it. Team Jorgen wins round 1 in this best of 3. Well, that got exciting. Interesting decision for Team Usirius to sacrifice all their weapons to exchange for cannons. That was a lot of damage, all focusing in the same spot. Alrighty then. Be another minute before we jump on to the next one. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're about ready to jump into the next round here. Be going on to a new map. Matches are made, the teams are ready. Let's do this. And we're off. We're not. Alright, and we're off. Is everyone here? Looks like everyone's here. And there's a lot of damage. Looks like we've got howitzers and a lot of mortars with a splattering of anti-air and the nukes on all fronts. These swarm missiles. Proto-nukes, as they were. Well, this is an interesting map. This is one I've not seen before. It's got chaos everywhere. Quite a large, wide map. That's so many anti-air gunners. Kind of a tall map too. The upper fort just has a ridiculous amount of space to cover. It looks like Team Usirius is once again selling off a majority of their weapons and swapping into alternate things, where Team Jorgen's just firing. And they're firing a lot. They're doing some pretty heavy damage, not as much damage as the last round. We do see triple 20mm being constructed in the upper component. Some additional swarms constructed in the upper component for you, Sirius. Nuke explodes. Double howitzer, one makes it. 20 mils from on high. Aiming at the lowermost fort for their opponent, Eucerius is taking some scattering of damage. Nukes fly. And they make it across. They impact in a location where there's nothing to destroy. While it's some damage and some structure lost, there's nothing of value need to be replaced. That's a lot of 20s from on high, chunking away Zeb's forwardmost armor component. Nukes fly through, but are taken out by flak. Nukes launched once again. I like what I'm seeing out of Eucerius's top component. They recognize that it's 20 mils, so they've put energy shields here to defend their missile launchers. The question is, will those nukes manage to do something? The tech switch is big, time consuming, dangerous. We'll see if it pays off for them. Alessio here really struggling to fire his weapons, mostly due to lack of capacity, but I believe he's just resolved that with the addition of 3 more batteries. Looks like Team Jorgen in general is suffering the energy capacity issue. I believe they've resolved it now. So I'm expecting to see a ramp up of firepower out of the right-hand side. There's just an incredible quantity of anti-air for Team Eucerius, and Team Jorgen needs to fix that problem. The nukes make it across, mostly because they're flying across a specific blind spot, whereas the howitzers, they don't come close. Here we see the first launch of the nukes from Team Eucerius, and it's a complete shutdown. It is a complete and total shutdown. Team Jorgen's got plenty of anti-air. However, they are now constructing additional anti-air. Another complete shutdown. Eucerius nukes don't make it, but Jorgen's do. They open the way for the plasma beam to pass through, taking out a couple mines. Zeb, the lower fort for Team Eucerius, is in danger, losing much of his eco. and defenses, the buzzsaws just finish off what little remains. And now this entire fort has been scoured. There's not even anything really left to reclaim. That's gonna put Team Jorgen at advantage here. In this pre-built map, the map plays as if the upper fort has been swung. Like the core has been all pre-swung to the rear position, making it quite defensible, but also very difficult to finish off. There are several ways of doing this. I trust both teams are familiar with the methods. But it may take a moment. It's usually best done by squeezing from the extremities. Nuke makes it. Massive damage. Jorgen almost loses his entire weapons array, which would have been unpleasant, putting it nicely. Solid hits. We have another launch. If those nukes make it, Jorgen's gonna be in trouble. They do. And with it, Jorgen loses hefty components. That's 3 more 20 mils destroyed. That's gonna put Jorgen out of a weapons investment for a while. Gonna try it. They desperately need to ramp up the firepower, but they're gonna struggle to do so. So far, Team Jorgen's done pretty alright at wiping out the economic options for Team Usirius. We'll see if they're able to keep up with that. Looks like they do have exactly that goal in mind. Some pre-fired flak manages to wipe out the entire launch. Usirius reset to a timer. To a weapon cooldown timer. The howitzers fly across and deal some damage. Looks like buzzsaws are the weapon of choice for Team Jorgen at the moment. Just keeping Usirius away from the expansions. Usirius has struggled in the anti-air department. Team Jorgen has been on top of the map control. Oh, that's it! Team Usirius shut down their portals for repairs, and Team Jorgen immediately capitalized on it. And there we have it. Team Jorgen grabs another points. And that'll do it. Team Jorgen wins this round and moves forward in the tournament, claiming victory in this best of 3. Alright, with Jorgen knocking Usirius down to the lower bracket, we're going to see Team Winkler versus Tar next. Alright, give it a couple minutes before we get into the next round. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, how you doing today? What are you going to pronounce the funny O in Jurgen? The same with how English speakers mispronounce the E in Berlin. 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 Understandable. I have always pronounced Berlin as Berlin, and that is likely to not change. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the match is made. Players are here. Let's jump into the action, shall we? And we're off. So here we have, on the left, what is happening? Here we have on the left-hand side in the blue, this team of Winkler Warriors, selling off all their mortars and most of their weapons to start. They're facing against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red. It is Team Tar. Selling off most of their mortars at the start. No, where's that upgrading? It's probably upgrading, not selling. It's kind of hard to see everything happening at once. Looks like both teams have a splattering of mortars and fire beams. And it's going to be wild. Fire beams go across. Mortars go across. Team Tar using the Shotgun Commander ability to up-tier those fire beams to plasmas. Whoa. But it all comes crumbling down. Team Tar's forwardmost base crumbles off the back of some burning wooden structure, losing all of the turbines, and with it any real hope of dealing damage for the foreseeable future. But we do have a lot of plasma beams coming out of Taichu at the topmost base. But Winkler Warriors is just sending more heavy plasmas. Sending more heavy mortars, not plasmas, mortars across. That's just so many mortars. They do so much damage. Enhanced mortars are nasty. They really are. They really are. They just do a lot of damage. And they keep things constantly chipped down and on fire. Oh, so close. Oh, there it is. Well, just 4 plasma beams directly through Mill's front door. Takes out a fire beam and a couple turbines in the process. And incidentally collaterals several heavy mortars out of the air. It looks like Tar is just reconstructing what he once lost, and is being permitted to do so. I imagine mostly because Tar himself is the one that lost all of his turbines and thus damage output, so he's not an immediate threat while also not being incredibly vulnerable. So they're focusing their fire in the topmost base instead, the one that's an actual threat to things. However, the topmost base is also gearing up to deal some real damage. Are we seeing door reconstructions? We are. I think we're gonna see those plasmas change targets down to the lower fort, unfortunately losing one of them in the process. By that I mean it got mortared. Oh, that's a lot. It is well and truly a lot of damage. Tard slapping down a line of sandbags just to keep himself alive. Those mortars apply so much pressure. Cloud just slapping mortars every which way, just shoving them everywhere, and it's very effective. Tar is not long for this world. He's taking too much damage. He cannot sustain that kind of damage input. He doesn't have somewhere between the APM and the money to be covering that much damage. Triple plasma burn directly on top of Klau's base. That's Winkler Warrior's forwardmost base. Oof. We now have a bunch of energy shields coming up for Winkler Warriors. I believe they've correctly understood that the laser beams are the real threat, and they're targeting the energy production. Lasers are incredibly energy hungry. If that energy production goes down, so too does most of... Oh, that was funny. The energy shield got ripped off its hinges and collapsed, causing the plasma beam to splash all over the place, including onto Cloud's core. Oh, Taichu taking heavy hits into his juicy internals. Uh-oh, Taichu taking another heavy hit. You can't keep taking hits like that. Not only is that incredibly hefty repair bill, but another hit like that could just take him out of the game entirely. Yeah, there's the collapse. One more hit bisects his base, sending all of his energy production into the abyss. And that's a problem. Taichu's plasma beams are about the only thing keeping Team Tar in this round. And that doesn't exist anymore. At least they can't be fired with any meaningful regularity. Taichu down to a whopping 41 energy per second, which is not much energy per second, I must say. This means that while he can fire his weapons, he's not going to be firing them again for a very, very long time. I believe it is time for the mortars to rain once more. Looks like a majority of the mortars now retargeting the forwardmost base. Team Tar. Oh, is that true? Nope, they're still going for the back base. Alright, well Taichu, Team Tar, right hand side rearmost base is getting blasted by mortars. He desperately struggles to rebuild his energy production. Did you run out of power? You did. Clow ran out of power, right as he fired his plasma. Would have been a devastating shot, too. Oh. And more mortars under construction for Team Winkler. That fire beam shutting down so much anti-air. Oh. And there's another burn volley coming out from Taichu. Got just enough energy to fire two of them. It's not a full burst, but it did some damage and at least any amount of retaliation. But those mortars are still devastating. Team Tar just relying on spam sandbags and APM to just keep themselves in this game. Looks like Tar did manage to get a cannon online. We'll see how well that comes into play here. I suspect, given the relative lack of vulnerability, that the cannon will find little purchase beyond slap in the face. Which, you know, I'm always a big fan of a little slap in the face. And there it is, taking out one energy shield. Howitzer flies. Pushes deep. God, it's so much. There's just so much damage. Looks like Team Winkler has decided to focus on Tar now, pushing onto the forwardmost base. And they're just pummeling him. Tar is just struggling to survive right now. Taichu doing what he can to try to alleviate some of the damage, using his fire beams to burn projectiles out of the sky. And it helps, but there's only so much you can do. Tar's base's internal struts are blinking red, crying out for help, and there's just no reprieve. Another mortar lands, taking out one of Tar's own few remaining mortars. Tar just steals off his base entirely with even more sandbags, as another volley of mortars rains from above. Plasma's cut deep, and a door snipe! Taichu manages to get a door snipe out of it. Uh-oh, Tar's penetrated again. Internal damage. The mortars have found purchase. And the cannon is exposed from above. He needs to get that repaired. His defense is repaired and online as quickly as possible. And there's the save. Plasma's saving Tar from taking another volley. Oh dear. Now, my question is, will Winkler Warriors be able to finish off Team Tar before timer expires? Or will this simply stalemate out, as it were? That's so much damage. It's just so much damage. Tar managing to get a second cannon online. And the door snipe's coming through again. Taichu just keeping Team Winkler in check to some degree, some substantial degree. It's not enough to prevent Team Winkler from growing, but it is enough to prevent them from getting completely carried, running away with the game. That one gunner earning his paycheck over and again. Oh dear. Tar managing to get some damage in. Winkler Warriors actually struggling to keep up. The momentum is shifting back in the direction of Team Tar. While Team Tar still is getting pummeled by the mortars, it isn't enough pummeling to prevent Team Tar from growing and expanding. Whereas Team Winkler Warriors is struggling to keep up their rate of expansion due to constantly getting picked apart, just detail by detail from Team Tar. Like Team Tar, cannon here, cannon there, takes out a weapon. The door snipes is doing wonderful work. And at this point, Winkler Warriors has taken more core damage than Team Tar. We've got 60 seconds left on the timer, and unless Tar is breached here, we're going to see Team Tar win on time, just due to having taken less core damage. Oh, it's so close. Tar's core almost got slapped there. 30 seconds remaining. Oh! Tar just took a massive hit, down to 48%, and that would do it. That'll push him over the threshold. Winkler Warriors is officially in the lead, with 15 seconds left in the match. And Tar's ignited beyond the threshold. He is going down. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be the end of round 1 in this best of 3. Winkler Warriors takes it. That was one-sided right up until the stalemate happened, and then it was one-sided all over again. That was wild. Holy smokes. Now that was a good match. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit more cat herding here, technical detail management, and then we'll start up the next round. We'll take about a 2-minute break, and then jump into the next round here. So if you guys want to stand up and stretch, now is your opportunity to do so. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you guys are ready, because I am. But the players are not yet. It'll be another minute or so before we actually jump into the action. Alright, next map will be on Wingman. Wait, no, that was last map on Wingman. We haven't changed the map yet. It was a really cool match. I'm glad you enjoyed. Let's see if this next one is even better. Alrighty. believe everyone is here, so we'll be getting started momentarily. And we're off, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're excited for this one, because we're kicking it off right now. Welcome to round 2 in this best of 3, where we have here on the left-hand side, it is Team Tar playing against their opponents on the right-hand side. In the red, it is Team Winkler. And the shotgun wars have begun. Lots of splash damage across the front. Looks like rockets from on high. Rockets which have been sold off by Team Tar. As it's shotgun on shotgun violence. An AP sniper in the lower position. Winkler warriors are taking out all of Tar's shotguns. This is prompting an immediate investment into your anti-air from Taichu. It looks like Winkler Warriors gets the better of the early game. Is that... Alright, it looks like Team Tar is investing into heavy weapons. Skipping straight past the early game weaponry. Ending up losing the early game weaponry. I'm not sure how this one's going to play out. So, 3 rockets like this is devastating. It's capable of ending the game. However, with a base this thick, that's going to take time. And at this level, I would expect all players involved to be building anti-air, thus taking the edge off of the rockets to a point where the teams should be able, either fort should individually be able to survive. So I'm not super surprised to see the rockets sold off pretty early for Tar here, but it definitely feels a little bad in this context because there's so much early game pressure that the shotguns are kind of knocking out the anti-air. Like, a lot of it. You know, look at that. Shotgun after shotgun after shotgun after shotgun. It just doesn't stop. That AP sniper has been doing incredible work for Winkler. Alright, well, Taichu managed to get these lasers fired onto a good target. The energy shields on Nils are exposed, so the upper base, I suspect, won't be splashed in their energy production. Looks like both lasers are going directly toward Nils' core, taking out a couple weapons in the process. Winkler has officially sold off all of the rockets. Is tech switching completely over to lasers, just as Taichu has, though is further behind than Taichu, because Taichu went immediately, whereas Nils did not. That's just so many shotguns. Looks like Clow is developing heavy mortars. We're about to see those launched. There's enough anti-air on the board that these mortars should not be game-ending levels of devastation at just immediately. We also see a similar investment into mortars out of Tar. The difference being that there are still shotguns in existence for Winkler, so those could be shut down with some degree of ease. Ooh, solid heavy mortar hit. Winkler's turbines are in danger. I believe Taichu is saving up for a triple burn here. He doesn't have the angle to send all of his plasma weaponry into the same spot on Klau's base, and I believe that makes Taichu unhappy. But this is the world in which he lives. A flak from on high, harassing Tar's... God, the triple shotgun blast just into Tar's foundation. It's a lot to work with. At the door snipe again, Nils loses another fire beam. Taichu is just on the spot with his door snipes today. He's doing great work with it. Oh! Oh, the wobble. Weakness detected. Taichu's base almost comes crumbling down. I wonder if that's going to prompt Taichu to do the same thing to Nils. These pre-built bases, like many, are big, thick, and can be collapsed by disconnecting a very specific forward armor component. Taichu, I believe, has just experienced that and barely survived, and Nils, I think, recognized that as well and is going to be doubling down on that. Whereas Taichu... We'll see if Taichu attempts to give Nils the same experience. Looks like no, instead he's going for more door sniping, and just clean through to the core. Just perfectly crossed beams. Winkler Warriors loses Nils' base. That was so clean that there's still remaining fort left to reclaim. So that's going to be relevant. It looks like most of the important stuff will still burn down, but it isn't. There's still a lot of goods there. There's still 3 plasmas, some flak, and all the mines. That's an important reclaim right there. Okay, then. He's trying for the door snipe again. Doesn't quite get it. Taichu running out of energy constantly. He needs just a little bit more energy production, just a little bit more capacity. God, just the constant shotguns. Just the constant shotguns. They're very annoying, but they aren't doing the work. Tar, while being constantly shotgunned, has managed to produce 2 cannons in the same position where he was getting constantly shotgunned. So it's not like the shotguns are crippling him. But it's certainly annoying. Taichu now up to 4 plasmas, sending all 4 of them into approximately the same spot in Winkler's base. However, Winkler has an incredible amount of armor, and all the lasers got shot down, or shut down, I should say, by virtue of there's too much armor, cannot penetrate. Taichu, on the other hand, not nearly the same amount of armor, almost gets full penetrated. That was dangerously close. What? And there's the door snipe. Taichu gets door sniped. A wonderful shot out of Winkler. Honestly, this howitzer? Ooh, the howitzer just knocks on the front door and takes out another one of Taichu's lasers. Taichu down to 2 lasers now, which is fewer than Winkler's. We're looking at... We've still got a game. Got 5.5 minutes remaining. It's anyone's game at this point. Another door snipe. Taichu gets door sniped again. Taichu down to... Is that no plasmas? Taichu has no more remaining weapons. That's not good for Taichu. It's not good for Team Tar. Team Tar down to 2 cannons among the... in the sum total of its base. Of its bases. Oh dear. A huge slice. Winkler's just scaling up their weaponry. They've got so much damage output now. Going up to a second howitzer, 20 mil came online. There's 3 plasmas and a standard cannon. Taichu loses a huge chunk of his energy production, about half of it going up in laser fire. A big hit from Tar's mortars. If Tar gets another hit like that, he could just outright eliminate Winkler's forward Morse core and win them the game. Just a single more a hit like that. We'll see if he makes it. He certainly wants to try, I believe. Of course, it's going to be very difficult to make that shot, because there's a fairly chunky quantity of anti-air in Winkler's base. A complete shutdown on the mortars. Taichu, getting penetrated, loses 2 mines. Finally gets in plasma back online, bringing him up to 1 plasma. As it's time for Winkler to unleash the pain once again. Another complete shutdown of the mortars. Winkler has map control, map dominance, and firepower to boot for it. Just 3 howitzers. Winkler has 2 howitzers in production right now, going up to a total of 3. No, I lied. There's 4 howitzers in production right now, going up to a total of 5. That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. I think Taichu has an angle on Winkler's howitzers. If it fires down here, this is slightly angled up, but I think it's not enough, and it might just ricochet into the top of this howitzer and cause game-winning secondary explosions. That's what I think could happen here. On the other hand, Winkler has enough firepower to just break through any singular fort at this point. They just need to fire their weapons. At least once they come online and have the energy for them. Which is getting more difficult to do, as Taichu keeps dismantling Winkler shot by shot. Either taking out a weapon or energy production or something. Oh, there it is! That's it! Tar with the cannon fire straight through the front breaks Winkler down, winning this round. That one took me by surprise. Is that a door snipe? Well, let's find out. There's just so much weapons fire here, just so much firepower, just in that one little spot. So one cannon cannot make it through this. Two cannons can, but would require... I don't know if two cannon yet would make it through and break it. It's just a door snipe, right? It's such a tiny little door to hit through. There's one cannon, two cannons. Yeah, two cannons doesn't make that, but a third does. Nah, he just straight sends all three cannon shells through the tiny little space and wipes it out. That was very well aimed. Taking out the entire fort. There's nothing left. Just scours it clean. Well, that was wonderful. Well, that'll make these matches... That'll make this match even 1-1 in this best of 3. About to go on to the final round to see who comes out on top. And that was a nice back and forth. All right. The decider of this best of 3 will be on up and down. We're just about ready to go. Hope you guys are ready, because the players are, and we're kicking it off right now. And we're off. Here we have on the right hand side in the red is Team Tar, playing as the Architect Commander, facing off against their opponents on the left hand side in the blue, Team Winkler. So this map doesn't start off with an incredible quantity of damage output. You got a nuke, you've got some, you've got an array of mortars, and just a little bit of anti-air to start. So we're not going to be kicking things off with game-ending amounts of damage, at least not immediately. The nukes have thus far gone unfired. It looks like Tar's developing his base such that the nuke can never be fired. At least not without a portal. Winkler fires their nuke and lands it, using the smoke to cause problems. And another internal detonation of smoke, that is always annoying to handle. Tar loses a mortar to mortar on mortar violence. Cloud just kind of taking map control here off the back of some well-aimed firepower. Tar getting penetrated again, loses another mortar. Team Tar is not handling this opener very well. They're doing a similar strat where they're not attempting to fire their current weapons, but instead progressing toward additional, more appropriate weaponry. Developing a plasma beam, and actually they already have it out on the field. It just needs a door so that it can open fire. Winkler Warriors doing something similar. They're utilizing their current weapons, but not adding additional. They're not scaling up their current weapons, instead going toward heavy weapons. The difference being is that they're not focusing on a heavy weapons rush, unlike Team Tar. And so we only see Winkler Warriors at half construction of a single plasma, whereas, well, Taichu's already fired his. Gonna be working on constructing another one here shortly, I can only imagine. Ooh, AP Sniper, just barely missing the Taichu's plasma. Interesting to see Tar developing additional mortars. I'm wondering if this is a bait to say, hey, I haven't fired my mortars yet, so you don't have to worry about anti-air, because I'm not going to be using mortars. I've tech switched, you can see I've dropped the nuke. You don't know what I've tech switched to because I haven't revealed it yet, but it's not mortars, because I haven't used the mortars yet. But the reality is, it is mortars. He's just not using them yet. Tar opening up his mortar ceiling, and there it goes. Complete shutdown. Nukes fire. Nuke is on fire, and it lands. Damage dealt. Ooh, Taichu door sniped. Loses his plasma, and with it, that's gonna put Team Tar pretty far behind. Unlike previous rounds where Taichu is basically free to dismantle Winkler shot by shot, they're just... Team Tar has nothing. Taichu and Tar are both suppressed. Winkler is... There's no anti-air. The nukes are flying across and dealing damage. The mortars are partially defended against. This time they aren't fully defended. But Winkler is free to expand as they see fit and just slam Team Tar with damage across the way. Like, it's partially mitigated damage, but there's no counterfire. There's nothing to punish Winkler, it's just more damage. Taichu building another plasma, which I believe is the right call. It's just going to be tough. Taichu has to focus that much more on defenses just to get his weapons out. He's gonna have to rely on a door snipe to try to make a comeback of any kind in this match. Taichu Sniper doing work where he can. Tar developing a risky internal howitzer, which I think is the right call as well. He needs something. Of course, Winkler is also doing the same thing and is slightly ahead of Tar. Also, Winkler has a standard cannon in progress. As we can see here, it's just Tar but with more firepower. The nuke once again flies, not even being shot at. Taichu has 2 plasmas online. This means Taichu is fully capable of dealing damage. We've seen it before, and we'll probably get to see it again. Taichu going for door snipes here. I like what I'm seeing out of Nils, developing portal nukes from the lower fort. First howitzer flies across, there's not nearly enough anti-air to prevent that. Tar counter-firing with his own howitzer to just keep it from impacting. And a full focus fire on the Tar brings his core down to 66%. Surprisingly little damage in terms of structure and repair costs, but Tar desperately needs to avoid that situation again. Taichu fishing for door snipes doesn't bait the opening. Catches the howitzer with the sandbag. Oh, solid hit. Winkler Warrior is unprepared for Tar's howitzer. Oh, so close. Look at that final strut, down to a quarter of its HP. Just barely hanging on for dear life as Cloud's core goes down to 77%. Still no anti-air to defend against the nuke. All focusing on the mortars. Taichu taking the brunt of the focus fire at the moment. Has built up enough armor to survive it without any major concern. Be a little expensive to rebuild that lost armor. Nuke flies again. Winkler Warriors is about to bring 2 more nukes online, which is a lot of firepower. If those 2 nukes come online, Team Tar is going to be in grave danger. As there's the door sniping, Taichu finding his moment, taking out a fire beam and a plasma beam with the door snipe. That's the kind of thing that was bringing Team Tar back in the game last round. Are they prepared to catch the nukes is the question. They don't have enough anti-air for it. The plasmas are angled to deal with it, but they are on cooldown. The plasmas are unavailable, the nukes will land. Taichu has just enough armor to catch the nukes, but he's taking the focus fire hits. A lot of damage coming his way. The plasmas will survive. That's big. That's the difference between victory and defeat here. Had those nukes managed to break open the plasmas, we would be looking at a very different game. Once again, another volley comes through. We're going to see more missiles. There's scrambling to get anti-air. Tar manages to get enough anti-air to take out the nuke. And just like that, we still have a game here. Team Tar is coming back, kicking and screaming. Fighting for every inch. Double swarms, double nukes. Taichu might just burn this out of the sky, or is he going to catch it again? He's going for the catching it again strat. It works fine. The more consistent method, but burning it out of the sky is more efficient. You know, if you get it to work. Taichu has 3 lasers primed and ready to go. Sends all 3 into the same-ish spots. Taichu's base is wobbling a little too hard, a little bit too much in order to properly merge the weapons, but still penetrates the armor and takes out a turbine. It's an indicator that Nils needs to add additional defenses before suffering cataclysmic damage. Oh no! The nukes snake around the catchers. That's it. Taichu loses all plasmas. The only weapons on the board for Team Tar are in Tar's base himself, and he's only got one howitzer, one cannon, and a small array of mortars, which is not likely to deal game-ending damage. Mild suppression? The mortars land a good hit? But even a full, perfectly unmitigated blast is just not enough to keep Clow from doing damage or penetrate Clow's defenses. The mortars are in the best position they could be for dealing damage. It isn't enough yet. Oh, Tar taking heavy hits, losing structural bracing there, load-bearing struts. His base is wobbling and blinking, but he maintains upright. He's still standing, at least for the moment. You see Nils adjusting the path of his nukes to make them come from below, making anti-air that much harder. Taichu, now the punching bag for the team. Tar desperately needs to make something happen here. Some damage, break something. There's only 2 minutes left in the match, and Team Winkler very far in the lead. If this keeps up, it's looking like Taichu's not going to have the eco to defend against this. Taichu burns his core down to 25% and dropping. Stabilizes at 22%. Team Tar officially has fewer than 1 core worth of HP split between them. Another volley of nukes. Taichu cannot maintain this damage output. He's got a lot of armor in front of his base, but that armor is not cheap to repair. He just doesn't have the economy, the income to repair it after every volley. Every time those nukes launch, there will be less and less armor between him and his core. And that's just how... That's how eco works in forts. There's 60 seconds left on the clock, and more firepower outbound. It's unmitigated. Taichu already can't repair what he has existing, and the nukes just chunk it all away. And there it is. Deep penetration. Taichu goes down. 30 seconds left in the match, and it is not unreasonable to make a bet that the final remaining core goes down here. If those nukes are able to fire and land, the final core for Tar might just go down here. It's gonna be close. Disconnecting the foundation nodes, but there's just enough. Oh, and it penetrates, and it goes down! The lasers get the internals, secondary explosions ripple through the base, and Winkler Warriors takes victory 2-1 in this best of 3. Talk about cutting it close. Yeah, that was wild. That was a very, very good one. And we're going to see that in slow-mo. And just like that, we see victory there.
Warning, nuclear launch
Team
detected.
Tara gets knocked down to the lower bracket, as we have Kasabar coming in and dropping the nuke. Oh, that finally played from way back ago.
Long-time watcher, first money spender. Love to see it.
7 seconds away from surviving. I'm telling you, that's why I was saying, like, it was close. That one was a moment where Team Winkler had enough firepower to end the game. It was just whether or not they could land it in time. The answer was yes. Just barely. Yes. So that will knock Team Tar down to the lower bracket, as Team Winkler stays in the winners to go face Jorgen in the next round. Coordination at the end is spectacular. It was. Looks like we have Team XD Sigma versus U Sirius up next. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, give us about 3 minutes to set up the next round, and we'll be back shortly. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The next round is all set up and ready to go, so I hope you guys are here, because we're kicking it off. The countdown has started, so let's jump into the action. We have Team U Sirius versus XD Sigma. And we're off. Team XD Sigma here on the left-hand side, Team U Sirius here on the left-hand side, playing as the Overdrive Commander, facing against their opponents on the right-hand side. In the red, it is Team XD Sigma. Looks like this map has a lot of fire beams, a load of EMPs, and a couple mortars to boot. So not much in the way of raw damage output, but a lot of harassment potential. The fire beams spam is a very real and very threatening strat that will end the game if not kept in check. You do have to be very careful with that. These bases are conveniently built in such a way as to not be immediately dead to fire beam spam, but it's close. If they're able to focus those fires or get the door snipes, this could change rapidly. There's one door snipe. Zeb loses one. XD Sigma loses a fire beam. First nuke is fired. And lands. That's gonna render this fire beam particularly vulnerable. But door snipes are here. This is one of those weird situations where those who fire the beams first die to door snipes. But the fire beams all coalesce into a single spot, break literally anything. Which is just, you know, horrifying to deal with. Both teams have lost a fire beam, 1 for 1. Each trying to use snipers to remove the others. Looks like the team is generally started without tech, so they're slowly working their way up the tech trees. Looking like we're going to see cannons and lasers added in. It's like every time those doors are opened. Now, I'm wondering, what's stopping the players from just removing the foundation here? Besides getting door sniped, that's a pretty big stop, but... Oh, another fire beam trade, 1 for 1 it looks. Snipers doing sniper things. Classic. It's so strange to see this quantity of fire beams existing and not being constantly used. But I think not using them constantly is very likely to be the premium strat. Because if you use them, they get shot, and then you lose them. And losing them is more damaging than using them. I think we see a realization from you, Sirius, recognizing a very strong potential weakness in the forts. There's fire beams just shredding the buzzsaws. So, really, as interesting as this is done here, the map is going to turn on the events that are not happening here. Like most RTS get turned on behind the scenes. So we're seeing laser production with plasma beams up from on high here, and howitzers from this player here. So a bit of diversity in their weapon choice. Honestly, the triple howitzer is likely to be game ending. Oh! it's not enough to bring it all crumbling down. They have stability tech that hits close. Yeah, I think the triple howitzer is going to be game ending in a way that the additional plasma beam will not. But this plasma beam might just have an angle on this guy, which would be fascinating. Oh dear. More burning lasers. The blue lasers ricochet around. Oh, look at that. Full disconnect, and it's not enough to cause it to come crumbling down. It's so close. It's so close to collapsing. But not quite. Shotguns exist still. We see a reinvention of flak and shotguns from Ryabjik in an effort to deal with some of these howitzers. But as I mentioned, those howitzers are going to be game-winding. That's just a lot of... Look how much damage. Like, you do not sustain that kind of damage and come out okay. Zeb over here from Team XD Sigma. He's got the plasma beam now, so that's going to penetrate pretty deep. Talk about the ultimate fire beam plasma beam combo when you have, you know, 4 fire beams. The howitzers fly across, dealing massive damage. And there's the plasma, cutting just directly and deep through. It's a lot of damage, but it's not game-winning yet. Ooh! Energy shield. The lasers ricochet, dealing some background damage, taking out a fire beam in the process. You don't see that every day. That's not true. You do see that all the time. More fire beams. And the door snipe, and that's it! Clean through the doors. Straight to the core. Team U-Series loses a core. They're trying to reconnect to the fort before it all burns down. It looks like they're gonna get the reconnection. Oh no, they're not. It all burns. That's well, if Team XD Sigma wasn't in the lead before, that's I don't see Team U-Series coming back from this. That's just, there's too many howitzers, and by too many howitzers I mean there are 4 howitzers for Team XD Sigma. That's just, you can't let your opponents have 4 howitzers. That's just way too much damage. That's way too much damage. Like, they have more howitzers than their shotguns. Like, congratulations, you shot down 2 howitzers. Here's a 3rd. Blowing away 3 chunks of metal. And the structure to go with it. Oh dear. It is worth noting that Team U-Series has managed to reclaim this position, just poly-bridging their way across the giant gap to reclaim it, but at what cost? What did they lose? They're just loading that entire area down with flak, hoping to keep the howitzers at bay, but that's just so much howitzer. It's too much howitzer. Oof. The bridge getting sniped out by the energy weaponry. Oh, almost. Does he get the core? He runs out of energy at the last worst possible moment. Oh no. He had it lined up too. It hit the core bracing. Look at the damage. It just wasn't... They just didn't have enough energy to complete the burn. Yep, and there it is. The howitzers break everything simultaneously. They break the weapons platform, knocking out all the lasers. They break the bridge, disconnecting the lower platform. The lower platform ignites and also removes the eco from the mid expansion. That's what you call not good. Looks like they do manage to bridge their way across again. But here the howitzers come through. Straight toward the core, dealing even more damage. Everything's falling apart for Team U-Serious. They're just using the lasers and just destroying the remnants just outright, saying, no, stop it, you're not allowed to have that. We're removing it entirely. So there's effectively nothing left for Team U-Serious to reclaim here. And reclaim what they can, they shall. Oh, rockets are back. Remember, this started off with EMPs. Almost sniping the core from below with those laser beams. The howitzers reload. You know what that means. More violence. And there it is. Wasn't even the howitzers that finished it, just a beautifully aimed sniper from below. Laser beams, very effective. Team XD Sigma wins. Very well done. Remember, the lower bracket is best of 1, so Team XD Sigma moves on, and U-Serious is eliminated. Alrighty then, next up will be Team Tar versus Kolovech. Tar versus the Goose. Let's see how this works out. NC Sigma wins, but EDS was in the other team. There was a HUD mix-up, I believe, in that round, and I was reading the HUD, which was a mistake. Alrighty then. Next map will be on Sacred Dunes. Give us about 3 or 4 minutes to set up the next round, get all the players in. We'll be going on to Team Tar versus Kolovech in the next round. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We're back and we're about to start the next round. I hope you guys are excited, because we're about to get into it. It's going to be Sacred Runes, Prebuilt. Team Tar versus Team Golovach. Alrighty, the players are readying up. It's time to do this. And there's the countdown. Alright, and we're off. It is Team Tar on the left-hand side in the blue, facing against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red. It is Team Golovach. Looks like we have mild technical difficulties, connectivity issues. So we'll give it a restart, I believe, and then we will give it a instant pause. So quick false start. Give it a quick restart, and then we will get the action going. Go on, you can do it. You can do it. Stop with the teasing, you can't tell me what to do. Hello there, Flo, May, welcome in. Alright, and we are off. Looks like everyone has made it in, so I believe we are good to go. No technical difficulties this time. Had a fair few internet connectivity issues. Well, there's the internet connectivity issue right there. Taichu timing out once again. And he's in. Alright, it looks like we are good to go, as the cannons are firing. First cannon shells and lasers. Everything is going crazy, but we're okay. Surprisingly little critical damage dealt, all things. Well, there it goes. There it is. It got the crit hit. And away goes the weapon platform, losing 3 major weapons and a connection to the mineral expansion. All weapons fire focusing on top core, and the hull comes crumbling down. This is going to be a quick one, folks. Team Tar dismantling Team Golovach with some beautifully placed weapons fire. The Goose are constructing a fair few anti-air gunners just to keep themselves alive, because that howitzer is looking for them. But there's very little to prevent the incoming cannon fire. Ooh, a heavy hit. Touching the core with that one. Team Golovach down to 9%. That laser did critical damage. This escalated very quickly. Now, Team Golovach has reconnected to the upper platform, obtaining the mines along the way. So they do have eco, they do have weapons. By weapons I mean one laser, and we've seen what one laser can do. It's a lot. What it doesn't do is win them the game when there's a laser beam already focused on the core, and no armor between it and victory. And that, ladies and gentlemen, in a very fast match, Team Tar moves on to the next round. Desync moment. I don't think it was the desync that made the difference there, but desync definitely didn't help. Well, in that case, that's going to be the lower bracket resolved for the time being. So we'll be moving back up to the upper bracket. It'll be Team Jorgen versus Team Winkler. This one will take another couple minutes to set up, so make sure to stretch, grab a snack, as we'll be taking a moment to herd all the cats, get all the players together, and get it set up for the next round. I can tell you guys that I am hungry. We've already talked about what we're going to be doing. So we have the tournament here at the moment, but I'm going to be doing Star Sector later today. But because I am starving over here, I'm going to have to grab some food. So I think we'll take a break between forts and Star Sector so I can get some food in me. And then we'll have a nice Star Sector stream. That, or we can do an order in. I don't think... I'm gonna need food for both dinner and post-stream food, so I'm gonna have to do 2 meals, which I don't have prepared, so I'm going to... I'm gonna have to take a quick break between streams, which is unfortunate. Am I on the West Coast? I am not on the West Coast, no. We are Florida gamers here. East Coast, West Coast. Did I expect to finish this quicker? No. I just didn't expect to be so hungry. I'm trying to think. What do we get for food this time? I'm thinking barbecue. I like barbecue. Next community for SPB on Wednesday. They're jamming. A very poor notion of time zones today. Understandable. Travel does tend to do that. Hello from some 10,000 miles away from America. Hello. I'm thinking, like, is that really that far away? I guess. I'm thinking, like, so. Across Florida is 1,000 miles. So 10,000 miles is like 10 Floridas across, which is pretty far. That's like up the west. That's like up the East Coast. Yeah, probably a little further. It's like across the country. Alright, have a good one, Dragon. Good luck out there. The first colonizers of modern-day New York. Would that be... No, well, so typically when you think Native Americans, you don't typically associate that with colonization. Today's headline: Florida man begins using Floridas as a unit of measurement. Don't you know? Floridas are perfectly functional unit of measurement. And it breaks down into gators and then iguanas. You're miles away off. Are they? Because like Florida is about 1K. Is that true? Am I thinking of? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. That's crazy, Ross. Florida's 160 at its widest. That. Google says 447. Apparently, I don't know how long Florida is. 447 miles. North to south. Which is at its widest. 10,000 miles is New York to Indonesia. Yeah, apparently my miles are off. I do better in kilometers. That's probably where I got the 1,000 number from. I was thinking in kilometers. I just didn't miles it. Florida is only one Florida wide at its widest, yes. And coincidentally, only one Florida tall as well, yes. How many feet are in 1 mile? Genuinely no idea. Real question, how many bananas is that? That's the real question. Alrighty, it looks like the players are here, so we'll be getting ready to go momentarily. Just doing the commander bands at the moment. The funniest thing about Imperial measurements is the guys that brought them to half the world just quit using them. Good. The only imperial measurement I think is reasonable by today's standards is Fahrenheit. And even then, I prefer Celsius. But like, Fahrenheit has good justifications. Some sort of AI tournament? No. Player v player. No AI involved. It's a pre-built tournament, where the player forts are built by other players, preemptively. Don't pick that old diet. Fahrenheit, 100 degrees in Fahrenheit is human body temperature. And you get a reasonably decent gradual, like a reasonably different difference per degree. Up and down. And so, like, you know what temperature it is based on your physical feel just by looking at the degrees. Like, it's based on the human body temperature rather than based on water temperature. So, like, I can get Fahrenheit. I don't prefer Fahrenheit. I prefer Celsius. But, like, I can understand Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit makes sense. Miles and yards don't make sense. How many degrees Fahrenheit is 0 Kelvin? Haven't the foggiest idea. Negative a lot. Zero K is death to everything. Yes. Yes, it is. It's like negative 450-ish, would not be surprised. Actually, it's, I don't know, it's gotta be more than that. Negative more than that. It's 460, negative 460 and rounded. Huh. I still thought it would be more than that, but I haven't looked it up, so I assume you're correct. Quote in the Google is negative 459.7. Fascinating. Saying F is good for how the weather feels is such a bad argument, because of course it feels good if you've gotten used to it entire life. The same goes for Celsius. Difference is that Celsius has larger degrees per physical temperature difference, and that Fahrenheit revolves around the 100 mark, instead of, you know, your 27 or whatever it is. That's actually human body temperature in Celsius, actually, and I don't know. $37. Correct. I was like, wait, 27's not right. 37. Thank you. Celsius is easier for daily use. I don't know if I agree, but like, I'm so accustomed to cooking with it that 100 degrees is just the water boiling temperature, and it turns out to be easier for most uses because most uses revolve around water, as opposed to human body temperature. But here we go, off into the next round. So here on the left-hand side, it is Team Jorgen, facing off against their opponent, Winkler Warriors. This is a pre-built map, but a relatively tame one by comparison. We're here for forts, but no, we're here for arguing metric versus... Surprise! I know, I do... For, like, cooking and stuff, I do find Celsius to be easier to work with. It's just 100, and you know what the... It boils at 100. And you don't need as many fine-tuned... Your degrees don't need to be so fine-tuned. But with, like... Fahrenheit, you get more fine-tuning in your degrees just because you have smaller degrees. Smaller units of heat per degree. And then it's revolves around human body temperature as opposed to water. But like, I still prefer Celsius. For you, F is for cooking and life, C is for your job in the lab, understandable. He says you can't do decimal degrees. You can't, of course you can do decimals, but why do decimals when you just don't need to? Funny enough, when cooking, you like the Scandinavian US approach, measuring by volume like cups. Oh, ew, dude. I refuse to do cups. Like, I can work in Fahrenheit or Celsius, like, it's just fine. There's nothing. But cups? Ew. Like, no. Get me liters. It's so much easier to work with. Cups is just imperial with extra steps, yes. Switching all signs to metric would cost a metric ton. I approve. I approve of this message. Cooking measurements are beyond you, dude. It's wild. It's like everything divides into like 16s and 8s. True chats daily use Kelvin. I can't be bothered. Also, I think another reason why I prefer kilometers is I run my GPS in kilometers, because half a mile and a quarter mile are different measurements than half a kilometer and 1 kilometer. And you get slightly more time. My GPS tends to give me slightly more time to react to turning lanes. Like, in half a kilometer, change lanes or turn right. Which is very different from like 200 yards. It's like, I don't want, or like 200 feet. It's like, no, these are not the same. Do not. One happens after I've passed the turning lane. This is such a tame pre-built by comparison. We just have gentle mortar on mortar violence with machine guns, the occasional sniper. Hmm. So we do see Team Jorgen developing a 20 mil of all things. So when I saw the munitions plant, it's like, all right, they're gonna take up the cannons because their current weapons are not exciting. I was expecting a response more like Winkler over here, where they're developing, you know, a howitzer or maybe even a standard cannon. But you get a 20 mil out of Jorgen and a howitzer out of Winkler, and both teams are just kind of lazily lobbing mortars at each other while near flawlessly defending them. Oh, AP Sniper. And he sells off the cannon before the AP Sniper finishes it off. That's painful. But at least he gets the money back so they can reconstruct it. At least most of the money back. And 20 mil doing some good work. Takes out a couple turbines, some anti-air. So as much as they're kind of limply lobbing mortars at each other, the mortars are still an existential threat. Once the machine gunners go down, then problems happen. Big problems. Yep, there's mortars doing damage. The anti-air for Team Winkler has been shattered, and with it the mortars are liable to start breaking things. A beautiful shot with the 20 mils, keeping them alive, surviving the howitzer round. Honestly, with the 20 mils there, it's going to be very difficult to get the howitzer across. He gets it across this time, but doesn't deal meaningful damage with it. Oh, but the mortars make it. Team Winkler is struggling to keep their anti-air online, and the mortars are just starting to break through. Howitzer's ready to fire again. And it does. Team Jorgen not able to get shots on the howitzer with the 20 mil. Oh, yeah, the mortars are breaking things. Uh-oh. Are we going to see this game end to mortars? I think we're going to see this game end to mortars. Winkler's unable to get the damage repaired. They're in the death spiral, and the mortars are the cause of it. Oh, no. Oh, it's looking rough here, boys. Team Jorgen is being careful of the 20mm usage. They want to, yeah. They want to save it for the howitzer. Now the howitzer is fired, they're free to use the 20s. Then they'll hold off on the 20s again for the next howitzer round, as the mortars dig through. to sit on the next 20 mil. They're waiting for the door sound. Not sitting on the 20 mil. They're sitting on the 20 mil now. They've got the door open for the 20 mil, but they're not firing it. They're waiting for the howitzer to fire so they can defend against it. And they're firing it now that the other 20 mils are off cooldown. Ooh, door snipe. Sniper on 20 mil violence, and the 20 mil goes down. And there's the camping. It's just so much damage. Here come the mortars again. Looks like mass selling. Winkler Warriors selling off their everything just to give themselves a little bit more of a boost. Exposed sniper gets immediately punished. And 20 mils again, cleansing the sky. The howitzer is not paying off for them at all. And there it is. Jorgen wins this round. Well played. Alrighty then. Let me see round 1. But who will win round 2? We are deep in the semifinals. And 20 mils are fun for the docket. They are. All right. Getting set up for the next round. Oh Lord, what am I looking at here? Okay. Ta-da! Alrighty. It looks like we're waiting for the players to ready up, and then we'll jump into the next round. Time's up. Let's do this. And we're off to round 2. Team Winkler Warriors versus Team Jorgen. So here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Winkler Warriors playing as the Hurricane Commander. Facing off against them, Team Jorgen playing as the Pinch Fist Commander. Fascinating. That's a lot of howitzers and not nearly enough anti-air. No one's firing their howitzers. Not even a little bit. I don't know how to feel about this. Is it because of lack of energy production? It's not because of lack of energy production. Or storage, or capacity, for that matter. They have decided now is not the time. You have 11k energy, and you're not using it. Fascinating. I'm wondering if it's just because both teams know that they have a lot of anti-air and are just not willing to use it, or if they want to hit a rapid fire caliber of firepower before. I think they're looking for rapid fire caliber of firepower before opening up. A lot of manual anti-air for that opening volley. Team Jorgen weathers the storm. And the joy of howitzer is that they are both point defense. They are both anti-point defense and damage. They are their own swarm because they take so much point defense time to bring down that like so much firepower to bring down that they can easily overwhelm point defense on their own. I do appreciate the development of standard cannons out of the teams, just to get some guaranteed damage done. Oh, that was close. That was not so close. Hello there, Basilic. Welcome in. Oh, double fire their shotguns. Standard cannon makes it through. Another standard cannon. Yeah, it looks like Winkler is slowly selling their howitzers and replacing them with standard cannons. Jesus Christ, that one shotgun just took out 4 howitzers. This is why you do not group fire. This is why you do not group fire at all. Not even once. I appreciate the fire beam clearing the anti-air. They're building another howitzer. Is that what's going on here? No, it's a standard cannon. You have even more standard cannons. Pretty heavy hit. Minigun anti-air. Oh. Massive damage. Howitzer makes it across. And shotgun for the finish. Look at all those. And it's too much. Again, with the shotguns individually taking out the howitzers. Or the shotguns taking out multiple howitzer rounds per blast. That's not the world you want to see. Not the world you want to live in. Oh, we got a couple of impacts. Decent hit, but nothing breaking. Nothing critical, at least. Just a few doors, external struts. Ooh, that one minigun taking out 2 howitzer rounds. We see a breach in the forwardmost defenses? Maybe. And that's a hit. It's another hit. Almost. If that had been a little bit lower, could have gone clean through and slammed into the howitzers. Instead, gets caught on the door. Not enough anti-air for Team Jorgen. Those Those howitzers are going to make it at least a little bit. And there it is. Clean to the core. Massive damage. Team Winkler Warriors brings this series to a tie. 1-1 in this best of 3. Quick match. Yes, most of these have been rather quick matches. Most of these have been very quick matches. Alrighty then. We get one more round in this match. And see who comes out on top, shall we? Alright, the map is selected, the match is made, the players are readying up. Alrighty then. Next map will be Snow Leopards. Bit of a hanging fort. Alright, the players are ready, the match is made. It's time to do this. And we're off. Here we have on the left-hand side, once again it is Team Winkler Warriors playing as the Spook Commander. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side, in the red, it is Team Jorgen. We have the opening volleys, it's mortars across the board. Mortars and anti-air with a small helping of EMP. So nothing too crazy in terms of the loadouts. Do see Team Winkler Warriors going for more defensive play. Closing themselves off and adding in sandbags. We'll see if they... Looks like they're going to open it up again. Just playing defensive for the first couple seconds here, for this minute or so. Looks like Team Jorgen has already sold off the EMPs. They'll be switching over to... Looks like lasers as their heavy weapon of choice. Oof. Smoke launcher getting sniped. Always a little painful. Looks like we're seeing upgraded mines for everyone but Clow, the lowermost player of the Winkler Warriors, who's going double nukes. Now, these nukes are not hidden, however, they're also not obvious that they exist. So we may not expect them, though I can only imagine Team Jorgen would expect them. Looks like Winkler Warriors setting in to go... I guess both teams, one of the top players settling in to go long. Nils currently has some advantage over... I should say, Winkler Warriors currently has some advantage over Jorgen in that they still possess their mortars and are occasionally getting hits with them. However, it's worth noting that Team Jorgen is ahead in the heavy weapons race. Both players currently possess the tech and weapon placement has already begun. So unless these mortars are going to be game-winning, it's likely that Team Jorgen will just be ahead. And I suspect, well, that those mortars may in fact be game-winning. Because we already have nukes coming across that will leave things opened up. Oh, the nukes just killed 2 heavy weapons. So that's beautiful. Jorgen is on a rough patch here. They were counting on those heavy weapons and their lead in the heavy weapons rush to get good damage in and set back Team Winkler's early lead. That's looking like it's not going to happen. Team Winkler is likely going to have a heavy weapons advantage and an early game advantage as well. Yeah, so that's beautiful. That is just a lot of damage. Here comes the nukes. There's just not enough point defense coming out of Team Jorgen. Like, they're developing more. There it is. Okay. That's more point defense. They've successfully managed to get it on the board. If only they had a Nubis with 3 paladins. Can you imagine? I can't, because that's pretty much just sniper spam with hard mode and AI enabled. Ugh. It makes me happy every time I see it. We do see a Fire Beam, Plasma Beam under construction for Team Jorgen, so that's going to be their weapon of choice, about the only weapon they have available to them. Whereas it's the same thing for Team Winkler up in the uppermost base, except Team Winkler has more progress on their Plasma Beam. So that's just... they're just ahead. That's just how that works. And the mortars are still cutting through. Ooh. Jorgen's weapon position is under threat once again. Threat of dropping down. And the fire beam hits it. I don't know if Winkler Warriors... oh, they're spooked. Surely they know it's there. And surely they know that if they hit it again, it breaks. Oh no. Team Jorgen is getting picked apart. Tried to hit it again, didn't quite make it this time, but gets it with the plasma. The fire beam, plasma beam. Cuts clean through. And again, Julian Team Jorgen gets sent back. No more heavy weapons for them. All that remains is the single howitzer, which is currently being targeted by the nuke once again. The nuke goes drunk and ends up on the wrong side of history. That's a lot of damage. Team Jorgen takes another heavy hit, and away goes the howitzer again. This is just a constant cycle. Team Jorgen ceded the early game advantage, the early game pressure in exchange for getting heavy weapons, and then just got bodied by the early game weapons. Like, Winkler said, alright, if you're gonna go for a heavy weapons rush, we're just gonna hit you with mortars and swarm missiles. And then they did. And now Team Jorgen hasn't been able to get a heavy weapon out successfully. I have great concern about what I'm seeing here for Team Winkler. The portal mortar is here, or the portal nuke is here, but it's pointing directly down here. Now, theoretically, these should come out and turn, but theory does not always line up in practice. Oh, it launches successfully. Two more nukes. Good impacts. God, Hurricane Gunners are so good. At this point, Team Jorgen is just struggling to stay alive. They're doing what they can to try to get any weapon out. We do see Alessio down here building a very safe and very far back howitzer. Just trying to keep it alive. He has the entire fort in front of it, trying to keep it alive. Maybe if he gets this online, maybe he can deal some damage. Maybe they can start to come back in this game. That's a lot of maybes happening all at once. Nuclear launch detected. Decent catch. God, that fire beam. He's having a bad day. More nukes. Kaboom. The fire beam gets burned once again. Oh, did he get it? I don't think he got the direct snipe. No, he didn't. But the lasers just penetrate clean through. He finally coalesced enough lasers in one spot to burn all the way through the armor and goes straight to the core. And drops the fire beam onto the last remaining core for Jorgen. And it's burning down at 10% and dropping. Stabilizes at 7% remaining. So Team Jorgen does manage to get the howitzer online. It has taken damage. Oh, is that just too much anti-air? There's just way too much anti-air. Team Winkler still has the anti-air from the early game. They never sold it off. So they still just have it. And it completely shuts down the howitzer. Team Jorgen has no effective damage output right now. And Team Winkler is just pummeling them out of the game. Here comes the nuke. So much damage. The plasma from below snipes out some important innards. And the mortars. They're freely flying across the board. The howitzer fires once again, but complete shutdown. Jorgen has yet to deal damage. And there it is. The plasma beam finds the howitzer, and with it, Jorgen's last hope of returning fire, and gets sent off to the grave. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Winkler has become victorious in this semifinals and moves on to the next round. Well played, well played. Alright, let's go ahead and check out a replay on that one. There's a perfectly placed energy shield, which will totally stop the lasers from getting to this core. Death by laser beam. Ah, yes. Alrighty, the next round will be in the lower bracket. Team Tar versus Team Usurious. Ta-da! Those pinpoint shots are so good. They are. This is what happens when you have high skill, high tier players jumping into this. Ladies and gentlemen, the next match is here. Let's do this. Team Tar versus Team Usurious. And we're off to this monstrosity. Welcome back to the map that has an incredible array of cannons and not enough energy capacity to fire it. Oh. Nope, we have players being bad. Moonshine band. Let us go. Yeah. Disqualified. I don't have to play anymore. Alright, we go again. Are these maps submitted by random community members? Pseudo-random. There's a whitelist, but yes. Alrighty. And we're off. So we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Tar playing as Pinch Fists, facing off against their opponents on the right, Team Usurious. So one thing about this map is you start with all these cannons and a fairly chunky amount of energy production, but no energy capacity, so you can't actually fire the cannons until you build batteries, which is hilarious to me. It does appear that we get opening volley, which does very little actual meaningful damage because, unsurprisingly, the thickness, the sheer girth of these defenses makes the whole defense, makes the whole taking damage as a concept not a real threat. At least not for a while. But the cannons, in fact, do sing. So last time we saw this map, despite all the cannons, It was, in fact, the mortars that won it. So I'm not at all surprised to see mortars being brought to bear now. Decoy mortar fires, unfortunately revealing the existence of the mortars, and immediately triggers a massive response of anti-air. Oh, that's just a whole broadside of cannons. You okay? Here comes the more broadsides. Oh, but door snipe! Will it be enough? Whoa. Looks like a solid repair. A couple cannons fall, but Team Tar maintained. That's so much blinking red. On the other side, Team Usirius catches the cannons, and honestly, I mean, they sold off a cannon. That's what happened. Because they were breached so hard that it was indefensible, and so they sold it off expecting to get punished. A sandbag's the only thing keeping these teams in this game at this point. Okay. Beautiful cannon merge, but with defenses this thick, you need more than a single cannon merge. You need a lot more. It's worth noting that while these bases are massive and expensive, they are also not sustainable. That is to say, they are running off of a baseline regular vanilla economy, so losses to the base cannot be easily replaced. Once the digging has been dug, the hole cannot simply be refilled. At least, not quickly. A little bit of anti-synergy with the fire beam, but yeah, that one worked better. I feel like Target team needs to get door snipe. Door snipes are incredibly effective. Now Tar's team, however, okay. Now this is strong because that causes all the cannons to hit the same spot pretty consistently. Fortunately for Team Usirius, they still had enough armor there to tank all those hits, but oh boy was it scary. It's also worth noting that Team Tar has successfully constructed a howitzer. The question is, will they be able to main... Oh ho ho! Burning all the cannons out of the sky with a single fire beam. Now that hurts to be Team Tar right now. Well, that sucks. Well, that sucks a lot. Emotional damage? Yes, that is emotional damage levels of unpleasantness. Oh dear. These bases are just getting more and more deformed. So what's happening here is Team U Sirius isn't receiving enough damage, and so they're able to slowly expand and reconstruct. Whereas Team Tar is just constantly under fire. Just constantly under fire, and so they're slowly deforming and getting whittled away. God, it's just so much damage. Honestly, the Magna Beam, as effective as it has been, it's just not doing... They're just not doing enough damage as a team, in totality. Oh, that was so close. It was so close to going in and under. Look at that. Team U Sirius isn't even repairing. Another thing worth noting is that Team U Sirius is the armored low commander, so they can repair much cheaper, which is having a very noticeable effect in the grand scheme of things. Team Tar getting a door snipe, taking out a fire beam. All in all, Team U Sirius is now struggling to expand. Look at that. They're out of money even during commander active ability. That's painful. Just everyone's out of money. Just no one can repair. Oh, the howitzer! It gets shot down by the shotgun. Woo. Team Tar actually gets penetrated there. Loses some internals and pair of mines. That's painful. Oh, Lord have mercy. That's a, if that stability state gets shattered, there's no way this base state maintains. In this game, there's so much damage stressed bracing. If this gets broken, I cannot possibly foresee the fort surviving. Yeah, look at that. Team Tar baiting out the fire beams with cannons and then door sniping with lasers. That's how lasers work. More damage. Is that broken? Oh, that's an exposed cannon. Team Tar has been breached, as has Team U Sirius. A cannon shell just went through and took out a mine. Howitzer again shut down. Trying to use the plasma to snipe things out. A beautifully placed buzzsaw. That's gonna cause some deformation. Yeah, look at that. They're selling this off. They're selling off 2 cannons. They're gonna do some restructuring in their fort to keep themselves intact here. There's the fire beam reveal. Will it get... Nope, they're just gonna wait. They're just gonna wait for it. Are they gonna try to buzzsaw that again? They're gonna try it again. Just trying to deform the base. It's a little too high on that one. The Team U Sirius... Okay, what are they switching toward? They sold off some of their cannons. I think they're just trying to keep themselves alive. Just selling off some of the cannons to help fund the defenses. Which is not the world you want to be living in. Another door snipe. Oh, it's bad. Is it over? It's not over, but it's bad. It's really bad. A massive door snipe. Team Tar loses an overwhelming majority of their firepower. Oh, follow-up buzzsaw? Oh, not enough to break the foundations. But that's a lot of jostling. Well, good news is, Team Tar doesn't have an incredible amount of red struts in their fort anymore. Bad news is, there is no bad news, because Team Sirius has an incredible amount of firepower, and they're looking to smash Team Tar out of this game. Down to 2 cannons. Team Tar gonna fall back into mortar play. As another penetration, Team Usirius loses another mine. I don't think they lost them. I don't think they noticed losing that first mine. Fire beams. It does appear that Team Usirius has no more fire beams available to them. So what weapons Team Tar fires are guaranteed to make it across. At least if it's cannons, if it's howitzers or something, there's still a good amount of anti-air available. But mortars can just end the game if played right. And that's another massive lurch. Oh, it's so close to shattering. It's so close to shattering. This thing is so blue, and there's so much red here. They have blinking... They have... What is it? 3 and 4 long blinking metal in their base now, with 60 seconds left. With 60 seconds left, Team Usirius just needs to survive. When it comes to the end of it, Team Tar has taken core damage. So when it comes at the timer, Team Usirius will be victorious. I think Team Tar has one more volley here. And that's not the volley they needed to take. I was gonna say, if they can get the if they can get those miniguns to break open all those sandbags and then use the buzzsaws. Oh! They get a top-down attack. But 5 seconds left is not enough. And there it is. Team Usirius is victorious. They knock Team Tar out of this competition. Very well done. Well, that got exciting. That map is madness in all the best ways. So next up, it will be Winkler Warriors versus Team Usirius. Now we jump back up into the semifinals. Rather, should I say, the finals. Is that true? No, it's next up is Jorgen's. No, we have to do the Jorgen match first. The Usurus versus Jorgen. Excellent, yes. Next map will be... Still decided. Still undecided. I was talking about nuclear. I'm actually a big fan of nuclear. For those who don't know, I live in an area that runs off of nuclear. It's just kind of normal around here. Welcome to Florida, I guess. You would think the place that gets hit by hurricanes all the time, like floor cleansing, scouring the earth, is also the place that has like 4 nuclear reactors. You could have seen that one coming. Need more nukes, yes. Alrighty. Being in Europe and mostly enjoying American streamers is horrible. It's way too late. You want to watch. Well, one of the joys of YouTube, it'll be there. It'll always be there at your own pace. But yeah, that's one thing. That's why I do prefer streaming in the afternoons, my times right here. At least I give you guys some time. Alright, we have an update. Why have you done this? Why are you like this? No. Have a good one there, Hohenheim. I appreciate the YouTube polls on the streams. Yeah, it makes me very happy. It's quite nice. Commander bans are happening at the moment. Ban this year, why you like this? Alrighty. The next map will be on Caverns. The commander bans are set. The players are ready. It is time to do this. Into the next round we go. Team Jorgen versus Team Usurious. Here we have on the left-hand side in the blue, it is Team Jorgen playing as the Warthog commander. We'll be playing against their opponents, the right-hand side in the red, Team Usurious. Looks like each team has a set of cannons to play with and a howitzer, so this is looking like a pretty standard vanilla type build if you were to just skip to the 5.5 minute mark. The cannons shall sing. We have Moonshine. Doing Moonshine things, casting EMP. The howitzer manages to land, and with it a lot of damage, but nothing game ending. Lots of damage. It's hard to watch American stream while living in the EU. Well, good news for you. We have a German streamer live right now. You can check him out on Twitch if you want to see these same matches broadcast in German. Also, there's a French streamer doing the same thing. French and German. The forts community in Germany is quite large. So if you want forts, there's usually, like always, more forts going on in Germany. Though I can't say much for... It's usually German or French for EU countries. You don't like German or French as a listening language, that's understandable. The cannons are singing, and Usirius is just shy of losing a core. You shouldn't have skipped to German classes. Oof. Germans enjoying a game about building forts even? No, you can't believe it. I know, right? It is one of the more stereotypical things. So who could have seen that one coming? Couldn't be me. The EMP from Moonshine is just literally shutting down everything for Team Jorgen over here, and it's kind of brutal. What about Netherlands, the UK? Unfortunately, I'm not super familiar with any from the UK or Netherlands. Like, sometimes Fraz posts on YouTube. He doesn't stream. These pre-built forts are so silly. A little bit. They look basic, bog standard, vanilla. Like, if you were to just do any FPL match and just skip to the 5.5 minute mark, this is what the forts generally look like. Like, nothing super crazy. It's only silly in that it's unusual for a pre-built. What's the point of UK when you're having an English stream? I'm speaking American. English and American are two very different languages. So I've been told. Ooh, knifing from below. Cannons are wrapping up into Zeb's fort, almost sniping out the core. Still not protecting himself against the Magna Beam cannon? You are correct. He has not. No one has, for that matter. And it's liable to result in destruction. Eventually. Sooner or later. Ooh, a beautiful cannon. And we have some 20 mil on 20 mil violence. And more EMP. You missed twice. And there it is. A beautiful reach around. The cannon coming from behind and below, just snagging the core and taking it off the top. And that's going to leave you serious at a disadvantage here. Very serious disadvantage. Unlike the other maps, you can't meaningfully reconnect to your fallen comrade. That's going to leave you in a 1v2 situation, which is not easily rectified. You, sir, are very brave. I would think it wasn't even possible to put a cannon up there, but apparently it is. And I'm concerned that the moment he pulls the trigger on any weapon, the recoil will shift the base just enough to slam that cannon up into... Wow, that howitzer is able to fire. Oh. Oh, it's wobbling, but it's not breaking. Okay. Alright, well, that's that. That cannon should not be there. That's my opinion. That cannon is more of a risk than it needs to be. But, you know, I'm not the one playing. Wow, both of those cannon shells just went clean through Usiri's base. In one side, out the other. 0 damage. If it fits, it sits. Yeah, but it doesn't, though, is my concern. It's just pretending to fit. We're gonna find out in a minute if that truly does fit there. And... almost. Didn't quite merge the cannons all into the same spot. The data would have broken it. And... howitzer shatters it. Oh my god. It does just fit. Okay. And there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Jorgen win round 1. And this is a best of 3. So we will get to see a round 2. Alrighty, we'll be off to Pillars 2v2 for the next map. When players are ready, the match is made, jumping into the action momentarily. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 2 in this best of 3, where we have a core swung Pillars, which is unexpected. We have here on the right hand side, it's Team Jorgen facing off against Team Usirius on the left hand in this Overdrive mirror match. So each team starts with one core swung core and a plethora of early game weaponry. We've got swarm missiles, we've got miniguns, machine guns, and an AP sniper, which is, you know, great. It looks like both teams have elected to remove their swarm missiles in exchange for other things. So we won't be seeing nukes this time, as we see the technology is blocking it, and now being sold. Looks like we're seeing a lot of mines being added in. So both teams are just looking to go late game. Despite having a plethora of early-ish game weapons to work with, they decided, nah, we're gonna go late game. Now this map does regularly see the use of mortars. It would seem that's not going to be the case this time. Look, it's just so many upgrades. This is the weirdest pre-built we've had so far. It's just all tech rush, all eco rush, and nothing else. Well, the first cannon has been placed. Alessio for the top fort has actually just placed a second cannon as well. Has a single mortar still. Miniguns keeping the players honest. It is going to be cannons for everyone. We'll get to see how that turns out. And there's your cannon placement, which is notably behind the cannon placement for Team Jorgen. Team Jorgen has 3 cannons placed before Team Usirius has their first placed. And I don't know what to make of that. Hmm. AP Sniper trying to get involved, not finding any purchase. Yeah, even the forwardmost players for each team, Jorgen is ahead. Team Jorgen is ahead of U-Series. There's the first cannon fired. Oh dear. You hear energy shields going up for everyone involved. And cannon. More cannon. Lots of cannon. Team Jorgen has so many cannons. They've gone up to, what is that, 7 cannons across the team now? Compared to U-Serious's 2? 2. It's 2. Question is, can Jorgen defend all those cannons? The answer is no. Half of them are undefended. So Jorgen's 1 cannon that just came online could punish Team Jorgen pretty hard. And Return to Sender online. Nope, never mind. It's getting denied. They built a Return to Sender and it got immediately cancelled. Team U-Series is adding in more cannons. Team Jorgen now adding in howitzers. Howitzers. A howitzer. One thing worth noting is that Jorgen has a huge quantity of cannons, but nowhere near the economy to be able to fire them. But a beautiful focus fire leaves Zeb, that's U-Series forwardmost base, in a world of hurt. Lots of armor lost, but nothing critical lost. Oh, look at that core. So close. That's a pretty big hit. Zeb losing 2 mines and down to 89% on the core. Of course, the core being breached means that the existing level of armor is insufficient to defend the core. So if there's a refire in that same position, it may very well be the end of the game. At least, unless U-Series manages to up armor. And the answer is... kinda, sorta. Nope. The minigunners finish it off. That's rough. It is very difficult to bridge across this gap. It's totally doable, but the bridge across this gap is very vulnerable, and I can only imagine that Team Jorgen is not going to permit its existence for an extended period of time. Especially not with everything on fire. Oh, is it rough. Alright, it looks like U-Series has officially lost all of the weapons in the lower weapons platform. They still recover some of the mines, and for so long as they keep their connector, they will be able to maintain those mines. Looks like Team U-Series is going to be relying on portals to keep them defended, which honestly, not a bad idea. The return descenders are quite effective, and Jorgen at this point in time doesn't have a solution to them, you know, beyond just not shooting at them. That works too. Just break your opponent's load-bearing strut and watch it all come crumbling down. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings Jorgen another win. Look it all come crumbling down. It just crunches. The whole thing crunches. Honestly, I didn't expect it to crunch that much. Well, that'll do it. The brutal collapse, a very brutal collapse. Force developers really know how to make satisfying sound design. That is one of the more popular, one of the more common sentiments among the community, and generally people who play the game. There are so many compliments to the sound design. It's very well done. And shout out to Nosehead, the developer behind the sound design specifically. Well, chat, you know what that means? That means the next match will be Team Jorgen versus Team Wrinkle Warriors for the finals. Which will be a best of 5. It's like a forced Achilles strike, yes. Game down like an avalanche, yes. Finals already? Already? It's been like 6 hours. The Europeans are trying to go to sleep. And half of them are German. Half of them, it's like 75% of them. Do, do, do. I believe they're asking for a best of 3. Yeah, the Germans are like, alright, this is German on German violence. We don't want to be here for a best of 5. Please, best of 3. Understandable. Alright, that's officially reduced to a best of 3. Now, the best thing is, if Winkler loses this best of 3, they lose a life because this is double elimination. So they get to do a best of 3 a second time. Which I think, when the players realize that, if they haven't already, is going to cause a riot. You like this tournament, you watch another, but we've got more like this happening all the time. What's pre-built mean? Means we're using the pre-built game mode. That is to say, the forts are built for you before the match starts. Who's German? At this point, all the surviving teams. The Germans, they're taking over. And some from Poland. There are some Polish players here, but I believe they've all been eliminated, if I recall correctly. Fair enough. We have 2 of the 4 spectators are German, and players are all German. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Honestly, at this point, I can read like 90% of what they're saying, just because I've seen it enough. Love watching these tournaments. Greetings from Argentina. Hello there, Flymoon. Welcome in. Can you pronounce it? German really isn't that difficult to pronounce. Like, of all the languages to pronounce, German isn't super complicated. Usually the hardest part about German is when we get the compound words that are just 2 sentences long. It's usually what makes it difficult. Germans admitted the Polish. I think it was the Russians this time, actually. I mean, something like, yeah, that. I'm not even going to try that. For reference, like, one of the players in-game, his name is Der Benzinpreisvergleicher. Like, that's just the one-word name. And I know I didn't pronounce that particularly well. Der. My English brain wants to just der, not dare. Benzinpreisvergleicher is the best name here, yes. Sometimes German reminds me of like Wookiee language from Star Wars. Just way too many consonants and not enough vowels. The word you posted is a real word. I do not doubt you. German is mostly spelled how it's pronounced, unlike English or French. Yes, it is. Which makes it a way easier, even if some of the syllables are a little unpracticed to my English tongue. American tongue? American tongue. Just looked up what the name meant. Yes, gasoline price comparator. One who compares gasoline prices. I wonder if Germany shouldn't just annex Netherlands. I don't know about that. I've seen... I don't want to give the thought too much seriousness, but most of the governmental management across the Netherlands really just doesn't work outside the Netherlands. Like, some countries have a degree of homogeny that you just don't get elsewhere. Netherlands is one of them. And laws that work in places like the Netherlands are just incapable of functioning outside of them for that reason alone, let alone other reasons. It doesn't work inside the Netherlands. I mean, I didn't say it worked inside the Netherlands, but... did I say that? I'm not going to say it works well inside the Netherlands. It's just things really, really don't work outside the Netherlands. Like the amount of times I hear Americans say, "Oh, but you could use this. This works so well in the Netherlands." What they have, especially around like gender equality and such, is the amount of times I see an American come up and say, "Oh, this works in the Netherlands." I'm like, my dude. Do you have any idea how poorly that would translate to New York or Florida or Texas or like holy smokes? It's not like these things haven't been analyzed before. So you're not the first one to come up with the idea of look at other nations and see how it can be. Their stuff can be brought over here. EU and US is like at a constant bout of copying each other's homework. But speaking of, we're off to the next round. And by the next round, the first round in the finals. Coming up right now. As here we have, on the left-hand side, in the blue, it is Team Winkler, playing as the Overdrive Commander. They're facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side. In the red, it's Team Jorgen. This map is one of the more earlier game ones, and the dominant strategy so far, not that this map has been played much, seems to be go to rush late game weapons. things are kicking off pretty excitedly. Looks like they're keeping up with the Rockets. Both teams are keeping up with the Rockets, but Team Jorgen seems to have failed to defend their front line, and as such, the shotguns are penetrating through. And with the shotguns down, the rockets are landing, and the rockets deal real damage. And behind it all, Jorgen is having to spend their economy on defending rather than progressing, whereas Team Wrinkler has not. They have 2 plasmas already placed before selling off their early game aggression weapons. And they've got a 3rd plasma under construction now with that cash. Compare this to Alessio, for Team Jorgen, has no heavy weapons under construction at all, save for a fire beam, which is not, it's not a real heavy weapon. The only saving grace here for Team Jorgen is that they've managed to place a standard cannon. Yes, they lost the shotguns, but in exchange they were able to get a cannon tech online, a munition plant, and then a standard cannon going. It looks like things are calming down now. Winkler Warriors has swapped out of attempting early game aggression and is now just focusing entirely on getting their heavy weapons out. They still have a couple shotguns that they didn't sell off all of their shotguns. And that's resulted in them having just a little bit of pressure. Jorgen relying on the Architect Commander active ability to bring their cannons out in a timely manner. But also their energy weapons. So they've managed to tech switch from being bullied into having weapons very quickly, which is a very Architect thing to do. That's like the Architect stereotype. That's the whole reason you bring Architect. That's a very well selected and executed for Team Jorgen. So now Team Wrinkler Warriors and Team Jorgen are approximately on the same level of progress, despite getting bullied in the early game. And the only exception being that Team Jorgen just got door sniped. Door sniped? I don't even know if that even had a door in the first place. They lost a plasma to a plasma. Which is, you know, exciting. Classic plasma experience. And there goes a buzzsaw to space. Can buzzsaw into space? Yes. Well, there goes your howitzer shot. Julian just sending standard oh, it's so much damage. Oh, it's so much damage. Talk about a close shave. Well, that was a lot. Jorgen losing their upper fort, at least effect for all intents and purposes, losing their upper fort, and with it, the damage and the economy it once held. Oh, it gets so close that it just proximity ignites the core. Heavy hit. Enough armor maintains. Clow actually takes core damage there, but so fractional that it doesn't even bring it below 100%. which will not be a meaningful piece of information because Alessio has taken way more than 0% damage to his core. Looks like a decent amount of focus fire. Team Winkler trying to remove the forwardmost fort for Team Jorgen, while the rear fort is struggling to reconstruct. That's so many energy shields, dude. So many energy shields. Oh. Rip that. Is it time for more focus fire? Yes, but this time it's Alessio that's the target. Oh no. So many mines destroyed. And just on repeat. He's got that laser beam on a redial. Blast himself. That's unfortunate. Team 1 is extremely far in the lead at this point. Team Jorgen still has the ability to commit damage, as you can see. Just penetrated Klau's defenses and managed to take out a mine. It's just not much damage compared to the damage being dealt to Team Jorgen. Yeah, this looks like they're gonna be ending the game here. That's a game-ending amount of mortars. Team Jorgen they're not prepared for this. That's six groups of, that's 3 whole groups of mortars, 9 mortars in total. The alpha strike goes out, mostly misses. The second strike lands cleanly. Doesn't end the game immediately, but there's a lot of damage involved there. And the anti-air is coming online for Team Jorgen now. I'll keep some of the edge off, but there's not nearly enough anti-air to stop this many mortars. Team Jorgen is being pulled apart. Not even considering the fire beams and map control supremacy, which are just helping these mortars land. That was close. All of those mines nearly got executed by the fire beam. It's looking like once again mortars are going to be the killing blow. Off the back of, what is that, 9? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fire beams. 8 fire beams and 9 mortars. The most powerful combo. Honestly, all of these pre-builds, and most of these matches has come down to mortar play. That's just how it has gone. That howitzer did nothing. How are you still standing? You're standing on like 2 brick. Okay, there you go. Imagine if you managed to catch this. And at this point, the fire beam just ignites the mortars and makes them more powerful as they come in. And there it is. Ripping his base in half, and Team Winkler Warriors takes round 1 in this best of 3. Still one strut left. I can fight! Yes. Yes, yes, he can. That was a lot of damage. Mortars win it. As all things should be. Well, that got exciting. Ooh, new map. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2. And we're off. Alright, once again, a 1v1 map, so both players will be controlling the same fort. As here we have on the right-hand side, it's Team Winkler Warriors. Victorious in their last round, they're up 1-0 in this best of 3. Facing against their opponents on the left-hand side in the blue fort, it's Team Jorgen. Did they start with a Magna Beam? Wow, they started with a Magna Beam, but no other weapons. They started with a Magna Beam, but no kinetics. Okay. Well, it looks like there's not much in the way of offensive firepower on the teams. Each team does have a plasma beam, two plasma beams available to them. However, these plasma beams are line of sight blocked by the centerpiece, and I'm willing to bet no one's particularly keen on opening the centerpiece first, because that means you just get blasted by the return fire. Okay. Are the commanders pre-selected as well? The commanders are selected by the players. They are not pre-selected by the map, if that is what you're asking. It does look like mortars. Both teams are doing the exact same thing. It's all mortars all day. I think everyone has decided that mortars are the appropriate answer. Mortar meta has returned. And it's in full swing. Magna Beam works on mortars? It does work on mortars, yes. But you know what else works on mortars? More mortars. And it's cheaper too. Mortars are a weapon that doesn't have any random variance, so you don't particularly need... They're perfectly precise creatures that land wherever you want them to land. You don't have a particular need to do Magna Beams, but they do work. Mortars are the question, problem, and answer. Yes. They've even placed them all in the same spot. Like, this is... They've gone full mirror match with this. They're not even trying to... They're not even trying to use their plasmas, despite having plasmas. I'm actually kind of surprised they're not trying to use the plasmas. Like, they can just use the plasmas to hit the upper eco. Like, you've got them. Why not use them? Oof. Remember Eaton played this map with like 12 mortars? Yes. It's looking like Winkler's mortars are making it through Jorgen's defenses and actually hitting Jorgen's mortars, which is a problem for Jorgen, because fewer mortars loses to more mortars. That's how that works. Winkler's baiting anti-air? Yes. I'm still surprised no one's been using their plasmas. Like, they have the energy for it. Why you no use? Oh, there it is. Yep. They tried the door snipe. Didn't work because no line of sight. Could have seen that one coming. The Team Jorgen gets to fire their plasmas for free with no retaliation, taking out a sniper and some metal in the process. More anti-air goes down. An AP sniper from Team Winkler. That's going to be obnoxious for Team Jorgen to deal with. Uh-oh. We have an ignition on the centerpiece. The center pillar obstruction will eventually and inevitably burn down. Middle on fire? Yes. So it is only a matter of time before that opens. And once that opens, the plasmas will be free. And the plasmas will be very angry. I can only imagine. AP sniper has... Oh, there it goes. The plasmas are open to fight each other, so now door sniping is going to happen. Oh. Oh. Maybe they no touch. They didn't get baited with that. Still more time before the middle... And tries the door snipe, fails the door snipe. Gets the door snipe the second time. And one plasma goes down. Winkler, suffering secondary explosions, goes down to 38% on their core. You have to be careful with those. Plasma is dangerous. The centerpiece continues to burn to the ground. Using sandbags to catch the mortars at the last moment. What I like is that Jorgen has constructed a plasma at the bottom. So to use it to try to take out those mortar platforms. An AP sniper's already lined up to hit. Ooh. Massive damage. There's your door snipe. Jorgen goes down to 38%, matching Winkler. The explosion on those plasmas just does a lot of damage to everything nearby. And they're placed conveniently next to the core. So they deal a lot of damage to the core. Plasma versus AP sniper. Plasma wins every time. That's not true, but it did win this time. Another heavy hit. Winkler's mortars make it through and bash Jorgen's external expansion node pretty heavily. Looks like they've opened a path to the lower plasma. Good damage, good damage. Oh, that one machine gunner taking out all three mortars. Not this time. Oh, the sniper discovered that it can hit the mortar platform. Takes out one of them. And a howitzer for Team Winkler. That'll change things up dramatically. Let's see. Just constantly using the plasma to burn out that one sniper in particular. Which is, you know, it's a decision. But it does work. What are howitzers and not 10 mortars in a trench coat? Not the same. My beloved mortar. Another sniper falls to the plasma beam's rage, burning gaze. Huh. Sandbag died to a fire beam. Don't see that every day. Mortars almost killed a flak and a shotgun. Also don't see that every day. And the fire beam finishes off both. Good damage. Fire beam, plasma beam combo cuts through Winkler's lower corridor. Not much there to lose but a single sniper. So not an incredibly efficient use of resources, of energy, but energy is effectively free. So use it has. Mortar is now hunting the eco platform, which I think is an ideal location to target. Ooh, defense is penetrated. Winkler Warriors loses nothing. Went clean through the defenses and slammed into the wall, like in the front door, out the back door, passing through nothing in between. Oof. Double plasma. Almost making it through the final layer and hitting theirs. That's a lot of damage. Or at least a hefty repairable. You gotta replace all those doors or the next volley gets clean through. Looks like Team Winkler is prepared to volley their lasers once again. Oh, we have a timeout, it would seem. One player from Team Jorgen has disconnected. We've immediately paused the game to give them a moment to rejoin. Shouldn't be too long. One of the joys of forts, the rejoining system works quite well. We know this because we use it all the time. So Jorgen, Julian will be able to join. And he's back. There is 3 minutes and 19 seconds left on the clock. So this round, I think, is still a perfect tie in terms of core damage. So this will go down to damage dealt. And I think, due to the constant mortar harassment, the damage dealt will go to Winkler. So if this comes down to the timer, I suspect Winkler will be victorious. I'm not certain, merely strongly suspect. There is a chance the core damage isn't equal, despite them both suffering the same explosion. Just something as simple as they added an extra strut, so it stretched the bracing ever so slightly. And so it dealt technically 1,000th less damage or something of the sort. But we'll see. Oof. Because these were at some point symmetrical bases, mirrored. And they both suffered the same explosion. Oh ho ho! That's the shot those plasmas are looking for. Winkler Warriors loses just shy of all of their mortars. Okay, yeah, that's it, and it burns. The howitzer splashes open the armor, and the plasma beams burn through. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Winkler Warriors wins this entire competition, going up 2-0 in during the finals. That was beautiful. Look at this. Look at it. Look at it. How pretty it is. Here comes howitzer. All those damage struts. A big open hole. And there goes the laser. Straight to the core. Just barely leaving it alive, but ignited and burning to the ground. Kaboom. There you see it. Yeah, that's good. It looks like the players want to do one more show match just to show off a new map. But that should be... a clean victory for Team Winklers. Alright. Are we actually doing a show match, or the tournament is concluded? Good. Good. So we're still going to do one show match, because you guys love to see it, and also the players love playing the game. Even after all these years, and hours, the players are still looking to do more matches. I'm okay with this. So, +1 show match, so you guys keep for your enjoyment. Let's do this. I can only imagine what they're gonna do. Encore, yes. More encore. What are you doing with the teams? Why are you like this? Okay. I must say that was a satisfying explosion. The end of the one. So the tournament has concluded. However, the players wanted to play one more show match for you guys. I think I'm very okay with this. We have once more on the same. It's this, not quite the same map, very similar. This one is Hang Time. We have played this one once already with the double nukes there. Let's see. This is a very well developed base. I suspect this is going to come down to these first few nuclear launches. Looks like they targeted that lower component rather than going... The last time we saw, the nukes went up here to slam the anti-air. And once the anti-air was gone, there was nothing stopping the nukes from just ending the game. But a beautiful fire beam should see these nukes disintegrate before... Yeah, sees them disintegrate before it gets across the field. Encore or encore violence, yes. Looks like we once again see an array of mortars for each team. Ooh, nuke goes drunk and slams into their own defenses. Kind of surprised to see them still targeting that region. That is the one place Team Winkler wants to be slammed with those nukes. But Jorgen on the right-hand side, just keep targeting there. Like, I get the appeal. They want to prevent Team Winkler from getting their mortars online. But it's clearly sufficiently defended. It is no longer sufficiently defended. And now Team Winkler is getting blasted. Apply nukes directly to the core. Yes. That is the name of this game. There's just no anti-air for Team Jorgen. No remaining anti-air, I should say. That's a heavy hit. Team Winkler loses anti-air and armor in front of their core. Winkler's mortars are once again online and partially active. Good. More launch. Oh, that's game-changing amounts of damage. Losing anti-air and losing fire beams leaves them in a world of hurt. The amount of armor alone that they will have to rebuild to sustain another hit like that is untenable. Here come the nukes once again. It's worth noting that Winkler has developed a plasma, but it doesn't matter. Commander active ability. Warthog burns clean through multiple doors and takes out the plasma. Winkler is in trouble here. Well, there goes the whole mortar array. And now the nukes are coming for the eco, which I think won't get it, because it's gonna be locked behind... Oh! Maybe it will. And there it is. Massive damage. Winkler loses all of their energy production. They're down to effectively no weapons. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's very bad. Here come the mortars. The nukes are not far behind. They've sold off all the doors on their weaponry. But here come the door snipes and the nukes. Straight to the core. Haha, they eject. The concede. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Jorgen off the back of some tasty, delicious nukes. Well played. Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Team Winkler coming in and taking victory in the pre-built competition here. A shout out to Gengar Durbenseed for putting it on and managing everything here. I want to say thank you all for stopping by. We're going to be switching over to some Star Sector after this, so if you guys want to those who are keeping up with all of our wonderful shenanigans in that story, that madness-inducing game. Another game like Forts that has beautiful explosions. But what I need to do is I need to first grab some food, because I haven't had breakfast, lunch, or dinner, and it is now 8 p.m. So I need calories. I'm going to be back in like an hour to pick up Star Sector. But for now, I will see you guys there. Look forward to the next we'll be doing Forts again on Wednesday for those who are just here for Forts. And let's see. We have more Forts Pro League videos coming out this week. I'll be right back.